All right, good morning from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We are here for Saturday morning racing at the ACRA National Championship. What you have on the course right now is the first semifinal for the men's double, the DE final. In lane 2, Washington University out of St. Louis. In lane 3, Central Florida. Lane 4, Texas. In lane 5, Nebraska Lincoln. Have a pretty strong mid of the piece here. Two crews all the way out ahead, looking for the top two spots to progress to the D final. Next two spots progress to the E final. Who do we have here this morning?
So it looks to me like it's still sort of hard to read some of the depth, but it looks to me like we have Texas out in front in a double. That's Ryan and Manjanath, and then Central Florida in second, Amador and Farmer. Those seem to be the two that are ready to progress to me, and then into the D final. And then we have Stara and Rudnicki from Nebraska, and finally WashU, Fong, and Porter. We are actually commenting this straight into the sun. So right now it's a little bit difficult to tell who's where, but I believe that is correct. They're fairly well spread out, not unusual necessarily in the doubles, just a wide variety of experience and skill working on this level. But that Texas crew has been swinging pretty nicely. They're almost to the finish line now.
Almost, yeah. They're hitting their red buoys. They're moving into their sprint to wrap up the race. Coach Sean McKenna really proud of these guys, all the small boats that they brought here for the men's and women's side. So I'm sure the Longhorns are thrilled that they're starting the day off with such a powerful presence in the semifinal.
Yeah, I mean it's yesterday was an interesting day in terms of the water and the debris that was on there. It's created a change in the schedule this morning because some of the races that would have happened yesterday afternoon, I think these crews were expected to race yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that's right.
And then I've come back and been put in the front end of this morning's schedule. So the athletes have been having to, coaches, everyone's been having to sort of be a little flexible, but we are an outdoor sport and things do happen. Some of the junior racing across the country has been, or in the Northeast, I suppose,
canceled.
in particular, has been canceled. So because of water flow issues.
Yeah, New England and the Philadelphia Mid-Atlantic regions. So we're happy to be out here. We're thrilled. And although they had to push it all to the next morning, all these athletes got a little bit more rest than they might have if they had to do their time trial around this time yesterday morning and a semifinal in the afternoon. So good on them. I believe they finished in that order we saw come through. Ryan and Manjanath from Texas in the first place. Central Florida athletes, Amador and Farmer, believe followed by WashU and Nebraska Lincoln. And we'll have the times up very soon.
Yeah, and so, this morning is just, this was one of the events that went through heats. Is that correct? Or did they go through time
This
trials?
was time trial.
There are fewer time trials, so we're having to verify this, and we called a lot of racing yesterday, so memories are fading a little bit. But a very nice day here. We don't have any of the fog issues that we have in the morning.
Time trials yesterday.
And so that was sort of their first chance to race against each other and go out of the stake boats and sort of be side by side, although by the end it actually looked a little bit like a time trial.
A little bit like a time trial.
So I think we'll see that in these DE semifinals. When we get to the ABC semis, I think you're going to see some tighter racing.
And what we're talking about the DE, so in the time trials yesterday, I think about 33 entries were in the men's double, so they had to send them down one after another and just take the raw score. So top 16, I believe, moved on to a semifinal to see
18.
if 18. Thank you. Moved on to a semifinal to decide if they would go to the grand final or the petite. And that cut, some of it was less than a second off of making the AB final and making the CDEF final. So a lot of these crews on the course are going to be really hungry, right? If they needed something to prove from that they didn't get out of their time trial. Second heat is on the course and on their way down. This is in lane 2, Zwefle and Fernau from Delaware. In lane 3, Wichita State Shockers, Villana, Velasquez, and Bobbitt. In lane 4, that is Duval and Bernheim from UNC. And lane 5 from Swanee is Nash and Smart. And I'm seeing bright blue blades out in front, so I'm going to say that is the Tar Heels from Chapel Hill out in a commanding lead going into their last 500 meters, followed by the Wichita Shockers, right? In that yellow, yellow and black.
Yep.
And then in the last 2 spots fighting each other pretty close, although a couple lanes apart, so hard to really say exactly how close they are to each other, is the crew from Delaware and the crew from Swanee, University of the South.
Yeah, and as we said yesterday, the double in some ways is one of the hardest crews to row really well. You need all of the power, all of the sort of bravado of a single, but you have to temper it and match it with this other person. So a quad can, 4 scullers can hide some issues. A single you just are what you are, so you are your issues. But in the double, if there are differences and issues, then it quickly bites into your boat speed.
Right, but really good step on the stroke from the UNC men. I really like the pickup of the catch there as they come through. They're about 200 meters away from me, and I can still see a really nice lean forward and pick up on the drive. And they went deep this year. I think they had at least 3 varsity 8s. I can't fact check the novice 8s at the moment, but that's a really deep crew there. So these are some of the guys who either didn't make one of the 8s or maybe just put themselves out, whether they're a little lighter. But these guys are putting a really great show on. Again, didn't have a chance to do any side-by-side racing like their teammates yesterday, so I think they're taking this opportunity to put themselves out there and establish whatever they think the fastest time they can on the course, so that when they progress to their D final, they're hoping to be one of the fastest crews in that event.
Absolutely. We should point out that, unfortunately, with the image you have right now is just to the finish line. The drones are being deployed. And hopefully we'll be able to follow some things around. We should take a moment to introduce ourselves. I'm Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog.
And joining us is
Christian Yu.
And we'll be here today. Today, this is in some ways this is the hardest day of the regatta. There's going to be some fascinating races later, because when we get in particularly into the AB semifinals or even a CD semifinal, it's the race that determines what your ranking zone will be for the final end of the regatta. So some crews, their goal here is to make a certain level final, in the varsity 8 on the men's side, making even sort of the second final, the B final, can be a major program goal that you've been trying to work.
And it's a grind.
To do that here, you have to be a pretty big program. I mean, there are 10 to 11 crews that have a shot at that A final. So if you're trying to crack the B final from the C final, you're having to go up against some really good people. So sometimes you're going to have to throw that big race, not in the final, but to meet your goal,
right,
you have to throw it this afternoon. And you can catch some people sleeping who are who are
going to look at the draw and say, oh, okay, well, so-and-so went this speed, and that was their margin on whoever was first or second. So what we saw in the varsity 8s to end the day yesterday, Virginia men put down a commanding pace on the course in their heat. By the time we saw them on the course, they were just lengths and lengths up on the next crew. Same with Vanderbilt women in their varsity 8. And that might trick some of the other crews, like, well, these crews were so far back on Virginia, maybe they're not that fast, and they line up next to you. It's like, oh, no. That was just a really fast heat overall.
And all 4 of those heats on the men's side on the varsity 8 ended up within 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
And then all of the seconds and thirds were within 3 or 4 seconds of each other, and they're all going to be shuffled back today. And the other thing that was sort of being selected for yesterday, to a certain extent, was who could handle the delay, who could handle the sort of emotional flexibility that was needed, a little bit of uncertainty about was there still debris on the course.
Yeah, was there still a log out there with your name on it?
Yeah.
But so far it looks like our volunteers, our officials, have done a great job with dredging the course to clear out any debris, any logs. We did have more rainfall last night.
They were out here since 5
a.m.
Yeah.
But the course looks beautiful right now as we have our third heat, final heat of the men's double in the DE semifinal. Lanes 2 to 5. It is Stone and Clever from Kansas, Snyder and Catalanello from Bucknell, Sialaka and Garlington from Northwestern, Haddad and Lesnar from Pittsburgh. And I believe in the lead right now is Pittsburgh, but really tight.
From Northwestern.
Yeah,
there.
really great move from Northwestern, who have just a bit, like half of their stern deck up.
Oh, they just moved up.
Yeah.
I think that's Northwestern State, maybe. We are working on some printed
I believe
out
that's right.
papers
Northwestern State out of Louisiana.
Out of Louisiana. We're working on some paper schedules that sometimes cut off a lot of line of who the crew is. So 3 crews pretty close together. And these doubles, you can move very, very fast. You can make speed shifts in them very quickly. So really, in this last 400 meters, any 2 of those 3 could go forward. But it looks like Northwestern State has managed to get their boat about a length up on the other 2 that are within a seat or 2 of each other. So
right,
you're going to want to watch
and the top 2 from this heat. From this semifinal.
There's a selection between 2 and 3.
Yeah, is moving on to the D final for the event. So Northwestern State really hoping to punch their ticket easily in ahead, and then that should be a tight race between Pittsburgh and Bucknell to see which of them can go ahead and join Northwestern State in the D final.
So they should be coming into the finish line in about 15 seconds or so.
15, 20 seconds. Following the pack was the crew from Kansas, Stone and Cleaver.
It looks like there's a little movement out there in Is that, did we read that backwards again?
No, I believe lane 4 and 5 were closest to us.
Yeah.
Up ahead of the crews.
Yep. So we should be seeing them come through a little bit. There we are. Actually, wow, 2 of them right
wow,
together.
nice push back.
Nice little push back up in there. And the third crew just, after you know it's gone, sometimes you just know it's gone. So what was happening yesterday, if you're just joining us, is that as the same large essential weather issue that has been affecting the flow rates in the Northeast, all the rain coming through. Perhaps last week you saw some video of streams and rivers in Virginia, for example, flowing really hard. It hit down here as well, so there's a lot of debris in the system here in the Tennessee Valley system. If the TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, sort of going there, and they're able to shut the river down here.
Yeah, and they're able to control the flow.
But what it also means is that the wood was piling up in the water.
Yeah.
And we took 7 skegs. We'll talk about what a skeg is later, off of boats in about 30 minutes. And so they had to just stop the racing, clear the course, and they've had to figure out some equitable solutions to move people forward without recontesting a bunch of those heats.
So, great work by the crew from Bucknell to actually pull off the win in that semifinal, just edging out Northwestern State. Pittsburgh in a close third. Great work by those crews. Moving on, we are in our first semifinal, DE semifinal, for the men's novice 4. On your screen from left to right, we have George Mason University, then UNC Men, then Fordham, UC Santa Barbara, and Middlebury Way on the right side of your screen. And opening up this race, we're catching it somewhere around the 12:50 or so. We got a commanding lead from the Fordham crew.
Yeah, these will be top 3, so a little bit more forgiving of a progression, and we have 3 crews out in front. That would be, it looks like, Fordham.
It looks like Fordham closely trailed by UNC, and then on the other side closely trailed by UC Santa Barbara. And the Middlebury crew. I think, so this is going to be top 3 to the
D final, sorry.
To the D final. So a little bit more wiggle room. And Fordham still holding a really strong pace, but as they come through, we're going to check this margin here. Looks like it is a Middlebury actually out in slightly in that second spot, passing through the buoys a little bit earlier than UC Santa Barbara. And UNC off the pace just a little bit.
Brian's giving instructions on how to fix it. You need the bigger one. Just a great race out there. I think they've strung a little bit, right, so that they I don't think the result is in danger at all. You can see some nice stuff here of that Fordham crew. They look very comfortable, and they're sort of in a space now too where if they're out in front, they're gonna not sprint this out this morning. Probably they just the point is to qualify, but there's a lot of imagery going, or a lot of energy, going into today's races, as we talked about, and you can just hear the coxswains all the way across the water.
Yeah, and you can hear them on the warm-up too. Everyone is actually approaching the morning with a lot of intent. And good luck so far again by this Fordham crew up ahead. Their day ended yesterday with their top 8 racing a really tight, close race, looking for an A-B semifinal, earning a C semifinal spot. So I think the entire program went back, looked at what's ahead of them, and they wanted to come out this morning and really attack it. So that's clear from that novice 4 there. That's great. For the most part, we're assuming novice 4 is athletes who it's certainly their first year of collegiate rowing, and a lot of these programs is people's first year ever rowing. Some programs that is also young athletes who rowed in high school, and it is just their first year of collegiate, but a lot of times this is walk-on. This is people who just found the sport as they got to campus. So great work by these young athletes.
And you can see the crews coming into the finish area here. And
Middlebury crew is still holding in second.
Shadows from the morning sun, which is also what we're seeing from where we are. So if we sometimes misidentify a crew, we apologize in advance. We'll try and fix that as we go.
Nice. So that is that Middlebury crew coming through in the second place spot, and I believe UC Santa Barbara is going to hold on, squeeze out that third spot to move to the D final. D final, and UNC coming through for the E final, followed by George Mason.
And we'll go into the second heat. And this men's novice 4 is actually one of the larger events of the regatta.
Yeah,
sure.
Everything we're starting off with this morning had to start yesterday with a time trial. So most of our events are in heats, and they're seeded based on results from the year, or really on a coach's poll leading into the regatta. But once it overflows past 28 entries, we need to do it in a time trial to either have the fairest approach to putting them on the course together, because doubles, novice 4, stuff like that, we can't really test the margins between crews from all over the country that just haven't raced each other, and maybe we haven't gotten race results for. And also just for the sake of time, because that would be probably 5 heats for each of those events. So with 7 minutes or 8 minutes of some of those races, it would have taken up
just to get
for an already pretty long day. So ripped them down in time trials. Still took a little bit of time with the fog yesterday morning. So this is these athletes' first opportunity this weekend to do side-by-side racing. And we have the second semifinal on the course.
One of the things that we don't do here is exclude crews off of a time trial. So you go to some of these large events, the Stotesbury was started out yesterday in Philadelphia, and 60 crews go in, but only 18 progress out of a time trial. So if that were your season-ending regatta, and you've had a great season, you sort of end your season going down the course by yourself, essentially. And it's here everyone comes back and it's all set up to get everyone sorted into the right speed. This is the second part of that sorting, which is to make sure that people make the right level final and have chance to race against each other head to head in sprint style.
Yeah, on the course now we have the next DE semifinal of the men's novice 4. On the right-hand side of your screen is Lane 1, Illinois, Lane 2, Ohio State, Lane 3, University of New Hampshire, Lane 4, St. Thomas, Lane 5, Wichita State, and Lane 6, William and Mary. And it looks like we might have a scratch with New Hampshire out of Lane 3.
We'll have to see when they get closer. Yeah, I can only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews.
Yeah, I think the middle boat in Lane 3 out of New Hampshire is missing there, so that's unfortunate for them. Probably one of the higher seeded crews being in the middle of the course, but there's those kinds of things happen. Maybe injury, something happened.
And we don't know. So
yeah.
Best in some ways not to speculate. It does look like we have one crew clearly out in front, and I think that appears to be Wichita State. Yep, and here we can see the shockers in the image. That you have the black and yellow definitely sticks out, and they're moving that crew. We have some parents nearby for this event, and their son just got recruited on campus walking by. And
so again, these are athletes in their first year of the sport collegially. A lot of athletes who maybe didn't know about the sport or didn't have the opportunity to do it in high school or before. So walked on campus, said that looked great, or had teammates who popped up to them and said, you would be a great fit for our team, and really took a leap of faith. And it's really great to see them. They train all year round, right? It's not just joining a club where you meet once a week and maybe you show, maybe you don't. They are walked on to a team where it's like, okay, wake up at 5:30, do it every day, do it on Saturdays, do it in the winter, hopefully not too hard in Oklahoma, and stay after the school year's over, after finals, to do your last race of the year. And some people, that's a hard thing to do. Some people, that is everything they were hoping to get out of college. So this Wichita State Shocker crew is holding down a lead, but
over
not
Ohio State.
Over
you see
Ohio
on
State,
your screen now.
who is not going away, right? It's
Well,
not quite as commanding of a lead as Fordham had in the last race.
Crews, and actually slightly ahead of Ohio State then is St. Thomas. So those three crews likely to go there, but they're pushing pretty hard down. I mean, after this, there's only one more race. So one of the things you're trying to do, even if you know that you're likely to move forward, is to tune the race, tune your rowing for the final as it comes up. So those crews are going after
They're going after it. They are down at a great clip. It's great to see St. Thomas in fours. I've only seen them so far in small boats in my time announcing to ACRA. Love to see the University of South, I believe local to Tennessee, out here in a sweep show together. Hope that program gets a little bit more traction year to year, because they have great results year to year. So a really nice tight race through.
And it looks like St. Thomas is moving through right now.
Yeah.
The Shockers got a little bit out of rhythm as they're trying to go very hard.
Right, and it is novice racing, and we're going to see it a little bit more in the eights later. Not first year of racing. I think these crews are very diligent. I think they're disciplined really well, but anything can happen, right? Because they're still in the first year of racing. It's not that they don't know how to refine, but if nothing else, they're so excited, right? They're so excited for this opportunity to race and be side by side. Not sure how many times they got to race before they got here. So they're taking every opportunity in front of them as they approach the red buoys to put the best course out of the piece, and they I'm sure not holding back and saying, well, it didn't matter that we didn't win. I think they want to walk away from this weekend, well, we won this race and we won that race and we won every time we got on the course. So I think
and interestingly here we have two boats quite back, and as they've come up to us, they're both only rowing with a pair. So something has happened in each of those boats, and they're on different sides of the course. So we hope it's not another adventure with some skegs, but that wouldn't take you down to just rowing by a pair. So they're, again, wanting to finish the race off so that they can proceed. Referee has spun around to follow them through the race, and I think that's hard to tell who it is. Illinois? No, maybe New Hampshire.
Or William and Mary.
And William and Mary.
Yeah, you can see across your picture there. Great sprint by St. Thomas to overtake Wichita State in the final 500 meters of this one. They're going to be seeing each other in the D final alongside Ohio State. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate to see those two crews run by pairs. You can see one of them on your screen now. I believe that is the green and gold of William and Mary, so maybe they're trying to just qualify, progress through, cross the line, and head down to the E final and sort their equipment later on this weekend. But unfortunate to see. I think Illinois will be the other crew going to the E final as well.
Sorry to St. Thomas. I mixed up your locale with another program, St. Thomas out of Minnesota, one of the many Midwest crews here, taking first in their semifinal, 3 seconds ahead of Wichita State. Ohio State is at about 8 seconds back on Wichita State. Just couldn't quite hold the pace of the Illinois crew out of Urbana-Champaign, holding down a great piece. A lot of Illinois boats here this weekend. Great to see. Their coaches in their first year with the program. I think the athletes absolutely love rowing with them. And so William and Mary doing the right thing to finish out the race here. Hope everything is okay with their equipment going forward in the weekend so they can make the most of the rest of their racing.
It actually looks like they've headed into the, one of the crews, I'm not sure which one, has already headed into the dock.
Right, so they
finished the course, but who knows, and the referees will sort that out, and things will move forward as they should.
And that is the final crew on the course for semifinal number 2 of the men's novice 4, which is our last novice event for the moment. And we move on to women's varsity 4s, another one of our time trial events from yesterday, because there was 29 to 33, a lot of entries in the women's varsities 4. So we're going to see both a lot of women's small school programs here with their top 4, and some women's schools that are prioritizing the 8, that are fielding crews from the 8s all the way down to the 4s. Looks like they are possibly restarting this race.
Did they call it back? I can't see the.
It looks like athletes are turning out of lanes.
But up at the start. So
up at the start, yeah.
So just reviewing the rules of the start here. There's a start zone of 100 meters, and any breakage in that or collision in that zone, you can stop, and they will bring it back to the start. If you go out of that zone, you've, quote, accepted the start, unquote, and that means you can protest any of the rest of the race, but you can no longer protest the start. So one of the skills that the coxswains have to have, and the rowers in the small boats have to have, is a full knowledge of the rules and what they can do and what they can't do, what's protestable, what's not protestable, so that if something doesn't work in the beginning and in the start sequence, or if there's two crews sort of moving into each other, they have to know to stop, and they have to know where they are in that first 100 meters to be able to do it. If it happens at 150 meters, the referees are supposed to ignore it and just keep on going with the race, and you're sort of out of luck. Which may have been something that happened with.
So right now it looks like they're actually rowing these crews off the course. If they do go to restart them, I believe they're going to.
Well, if it was a broken equipment issue, they have.
Oh, you know what? Perhaps this is them loading back in. I don't want to say that it's the next semifinal. I think one of the key things is running the events as they are in the order that they are run. And
to the full extent that you can.
To the full extent that we can, and as close to on time as possible, as we get just a little bit behind when situations that are regulated in the sport happen like this. We'll catch up with it over the lunch break.
And
had a few outliers yesterday where, especially in a men's quad, who were not able to start their race because of equipment damage, I believe, on the way down. If they did start, we didn't see it in the first 100, and they had to wait till the end of the day, end of a long day, to finally do their race and notch off their trip to the A final. So,
but today we have the D and the E finals at the end of the day.
Yes, and those need to be run.
Delay because then one heat has significantly less rest than the other, and
Absolutely.
the fairness of the progression has to be taken into account.
So, looks like these crews are backing back down, so it is probably more of a situation with collision breakage, normal movements in the first 100 meters of it. So we have from the left to the right side of your screen, this is going to be Kansas State on the left side, Bowdoin out of Maine in lane 3, Illinois in the middle lane, UC Santa Barbara to their right, and Vermont in the green hull, fittingly with their colors, in lane 6, nearing the stake boat. Christian, you want to explain a little bit to the viewers what the crews do in the stake boat, why we have them?
Yeah, so it's to ensure that we have a fair alignment before the start of the race. So the stake boat holders, there's people at the end of those stake boats holding on to the ends of the boat, and they will adjust according to whatever the starter is commanding, depending on whether a boat. So all of these boats, you know, obviously they're going to be regulated to some degree, but there's still quite a bit of variation between different manufacturers, different types of shells, different weight classes. So the lengths of the boats are going to vary to a large degree. So to ensure that we have, and you've seen throughout the weekend, you know, some of these tight races coming down to literal thousandths of a second.
Absolutely,
and that's millimeters.
And you can find all the results on herenow.com, who's also hosting this live stream. If you found the live stream on YouTube or the ACRA site, or maybe your college or alma mater's links to it, awesome. But you can also go to herenow.com for live, instantaneous results, photo finish clips when they need to have those posted to show just how close it was. And our larger regattas, like a national championship like this, and invitationals, have stake boats and have bodies of water that have this whole infrastructure set up. A lot of rowing races at the collegiate level, at the junior level to a degree, are still pretty classic, right? You wait, the crews get there at 6 in the morning before anyone knows that they're up, and 2 crews line up on whatever body of water they have, race. It's all clocked by hand. And you walk home and you shake hands and say, hey, that was race. Actually, in college racing, you bet T-shirts and you walk away with that instead of medals or trophy. This is a little bit more distinguished. This is a little bit more full on because we have such a huge amount of programs here, so we want it to be both as fair as possible and we want it to be regulated. So the crews are off in the first 100 meters of their race.
So hopefully they'll be able to get through that 100-meter breakage zone that Charlie was talking about. And as we get closer, the buoys will I believe there's a set of red buoys for the first 100 meters, and then that buoy line will change to the standard yellow throughout the majority of the course, and that will indicate that the race is on. And it looks like we've gone past that moment, and it's a pretty even start.
Yeah, it looks like we're on. Great work. All 5 crews really holding on to each other in that starting stroke. What we're looking at is those first 5-6 strokes. Crews are prying. They're getting their boat up to speed. They take about another 45 seconds, 60 seconds to push out the top speed of their boat before they move down to the body of their race. So in about 10, 15 seconds, we're going to see who is settling at a faster, stronger pace, body of pace, something that they expect to sustain, and who just is shifting down off of high strokes. Right now, it looks like that Illinois crew in the middle lane, closely contested to the crews on their, what is that? That is their port side. It
looks like Bowdoin currently in second.
Yes.
And it looks like the crew on the outside all the way on the left, that's Kansas State, looks to be in third. A little bit contrary to the chevron formation that we're more traditional.
More used to seeing.
Yeah, more used to seeing, yeah.
And this is the semifinal 2. We saw the semifinal 1 either got started. I believe it got started, and there was something that happened in the first 100 meters that they called back the race, and they have progressed to the next one. We'll find out as soon as we can to see if the semifinal 1 will be run directly after this. But great opening 500 from the Illinois Illini crew. Strong send, really clean approach to the catch. These women are really in flow together. Still hotly contested by the Bowdoin and the Kansas State crew. And this UC Santa Barbara crew is not to be left alone. They still have a little bit of overlap, if not with Illinois, with the other 2 crews 2 lanes away from them. And I think when we get past the 1,000-meter mark, we're going to see them make a move.
Yeah, again, top 3 boats are going to be moving on to the D final, and the remaining crews will be going to the E final. So, yeah, that top 3 spot is going to be very, very hotly contested. only thing for sure is that Illinois is starting to move. But between Bowdoin, Kansas State, UC Santa Barbara, even Vermont's not completely out of it yet. Still plenty of race to go to see who will decide those final 2 spots. And still, Illinois not completely out of it yet. They're still with remaining connection with the rest of the field. So nothing set in stone as we are starting to come into the second half of this race.
Yeah, and again, these athletes all raced a time trial yesterday, rowing about 10-second intervals apart from each other, and some of them got to pass crews and race a little bit side by side, but this is their first opportunity to really line up and play their cards. So they're taking this opportunity to really show the beats of their race and what they mean to do when a crew is pressing on them, when a crew is a little bit ahead of them, and when they are trying to establish open water around. Nothing quite yet, actually. It looks like that crew from Bowdoin is holding on to Illinois and trying to hang on a little bit closer. Awesome look in this bucket-rigged shell from Kansas State. So that is the 3 and the 2 seat there, starboard oars one after another instead of alternating. So it looks like the coach put a lot of thought into the shell to make sure that it would run as powerfully as possible through the lanes.
Yeah, as a coach, Eddie, what are your thoughts on buckets?
I love a bucket. The fun thing to say is you got so much speed, you got to catch it in a bucket. But I don't employ them so freely because it's really hard to train the athletes to row within them, right? So much of the stroke is following and the people in front of you, and there's a little bit of leeway, technically, when the oar ahead of you is not on the same side. But once you're inside, you have to be a mirror image with that person in front of you, and there's actually no point in practice where you get to stop and pause. Even if you're out for some type of drill rotation, you have to keep moving around to be aware of what's around you. So there's a lot to pick up. It's a really skillful thing to be able to employ on practice and on a race course. But when it matters and when it's needed, it's great to know you can rig the boats around to fit your athletes as specifically to them as possible.
And a great middle move you saw from Bowdoin out of lane 3, attempting to take over the lead from the early leaders, Illinois. And I think Bowdoin did manage to get that overtake done. So it's going to be a dogfight for the win of this semifinal between Bowdoin and Illinois. Illinois were the fast starters. They had almost a full-length lead, but Bowdoin able to overcome that in the middle move. So we'll see who has the fitness to hold up their end of the bargain and
right, and that's the body of the race. We haven't talked too much about the stroke rate per crew yet, but some crews, they come down off those high strokes on the start, and they're not at a particularly high stroke rate because they know with length and with power they can actually move up and just travel more meters per stroke with an intermediate level race pace, something more like 33 strokes per minute, 34 strokes per minute, so they don't have to empty out the tank in their aerobic base just to establish their lead. So this is great. As you see this side-by-side shot from our drone, stroke for stroke, these crews are going after each other, just slightly ahead from the Bowdoin Polar Bears, but the Illini from Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, are not going anywhere. So all crews coming into the last 500, and this is where they need to make or break the crews around them to get the top finish.
And in your picture here, you see that battle for the lead right now between Bowdoin and Illinois, but don't count out the battle between the final qualifying place between Kansas State and UC Santa Barbara. Those two crews are locked and level as well as they enter the final 500. So, again, only top 3 boats will be moving on to the D final. And, yeah, here's a great shot. Bowdoin looks to be moving, taking another half length out of Illinois.
And this is what their women, I believe, in the V8 or the second varsity 8 did yesterday in their heat. I think the crew next to them was Northwestern, and they just had a little bit of overlap, and then stroke by stroke in the last third of the race, they just walked up until they established the lead. So it looks like something that the entire program employs. I think their men's 4 did it as well, their men's quad in one of their races. So looks like a strategic plan, something that they can trust in, right? Don't throw everything out in the first 500 if you're not in the lead, because you know we can catch them through the body of the piece.
Yeah, and that battle for third, it looks to be Kansas State starting to press out an advantage over that UC Santa Barbara crew. Currently on the screen, you can see Kansas State on the far side, and I don't believe I can see UC Santa Barbara yet on our picture, so I'd have to assume that Kansas State is ahead, but, you know, the angles can be a little bit deceiving, so we'll see once the finish line picture comes up. But, yeah,
right.
Bowdoin, one of the larger programs, you know, this is they're not competing. They're out of the medal race already, being in the DE semifinal. But team points still.
Team points
a
count,
big
and every
factor.
finish matters. It's been great to see Bowdoin down here for the last couple of years. They've had a program forever up in New England and have had a really strong presence on the New England scene. So it's great to see them come down and represent at the ACRA
and
National
there's that battle
Championship.
there between UC Santa Barbara and Kansas State. Kansas State did manage to eke out a half-length advantage, but we'll see if Santa Barbara can respond in the final sprints as we've hit the red buoys, and now it looks like Bowdoin is trying to break open water.
They're
That
trying
stroke
to, yeah.
seat wants to see that glimmer of open water as they enter the final few strokes, and it's going to be Bowdoin taking the win in the DE semifinal 2 of the women's varsity 4 over Illinois.
Illinois coming through in that second place spot, and I believe we're going to see that crew from Kansas State, just edging out the Gauchos from UC Santa Barbara. What a great race there for that third place spot. Nobody took their foot off the gas. Really well rode by all crews. In just a moment, we should be seeing that Vermont crew come through to round out semifinal number 2.
And the next semifinal is already coming down the course. This is a men's varsity 4 semifinal, DEF. Top 2 to the D final, 3 and 4 to the E final, and 5+ to the F final. And we have Georgia Tech in lane 2, Vermont in lane 3, New Hampshire in lane 4, Georgia in lane 5, and Sacramento State in lane 6. They're past 1,000 already. I think that the referees have been loading they're just slightly behind, and the referees have been loading the races in fairly quickly, but we're also on 6-minute centers here today, so you'd expect to see pretty tight racing most of the morning. Again, since these are seeded by time trial results, we are seeing these chevrons as they come down towards us.
And we see this is I think they are rerunning the women's semifinal number 1 here.
Oh, this is the one that they pulled out.
Yeah, this is the one they pulled out, and they are
gotcha.
rerunning it. Good to see that they're doing that right after another. So from the left to the right side of your screen, you have Penn State, then Tulane, then George Mason, Northwestern in the purple, Middlebury on the right side of your screen. So I believe that's the George Mason crew out in the lead, fighting off, or open water, but holding off Tulane and Northwestern, who are fighting for the spots 2 and 3 to advance to the D final. But pretty strong open water from those crews, the Tulane and Northwestern, ahead of Middlebury and Penn State. So I think not cruising, right? Not taking their foot off the gas, but they're going to keep their spots secure as they come into the last 500 of the race here.
Yeah, the top 3 very, very clearly delineated, and then the 4th and 5th also sort of clear separation. So, at this point, again, they're just trying to iron out some things. Maybe they have a couple things to work on as they're going. It's sometimes hard in practice by yourself to really get up to sort of the edge of racing. If you have a program with a lot of crews facing each other, they're still your friends. You're still going to have brunch with them or whatever afterwards, on a Saturday practice. But these 3, all 5 crews actually in their own water essentially now.
Yeah, that's right. So a really great stroke here from the George Mason crew. Long, really patient to the catch. You see those blades are ready, and then they're in the puddles. Not a lot of splash, not a lot of kick. They're picking up that catch in a patient squeeze because they can really feel the hull is moving better that way.
So this is the George Mason crew. Coming down, very nice placement of the blades, pretty good timing there. A little bit of hang actually as they go, and you can see actually now the other crew coming up into them a little bit, and trying to make a move as they go in. What it'll give them is a slightly better lane in the final, center lane versus lane 2 or 5. So the winner of these semifinals gets either 3 or 4. The second place in the semifinals gets 2 or 5, and the third place gets the outside lanes,
Right.
1 and 6.
And this Tulane crew, pretty strong at the front end, a little bit of grind and fatigue as they are really tilting into that front end bow seat, watching to make sure they're getting the most out of their oar there. But they're still holding that open water on the Northwestern crew on their port side, 2 lanes away. So still well run. Everyone is in the red buoys here in those top 3 spots. And we have George Mason crew through the line, followed by Tulane, followed by Northwestern. Soon to see Penn State and Middlebury rounding out that heat. Because the next semifinal,
right down the course.
The next semifinal is on the course. These crews will be making their way through the line, and pretty soon after you'll see the last 750 meters of the men's semifinal DE of the varsity 4.
Georgia Tech into Vermont in 3, New Hampshire in 4, Georgia in 5, and Sac State in 6. And it looks like we have New Hampshire out in front very nice and solidly, with a really good race actually going on between Sac State
and Georgia there.
Georgia? Is that correct?
University of Georgia.
And so it's on the other side. And Vermont, sorry. So Vermont and Georgia are sitting there racing for the second spot, which goes on to the higher level final.
Right, so this one's top 2, unlike the women's varsity 4, which is top 3. So it is make or break for the crew from Vermont and the crew from Georgia out of Athens. So really great pickup as they walk away from us. They're in the last 500 of the race. I can see those 2 crews. They're going stroke for stroke in a really similar stroke manner. Guys sitting up, bodies not all the way tilted over, not twisted all so much, but really big on the legs. Very upright position as they row up and away, and pretty soon we're going to see them kind of twirl that stroke rate up, because the sprint has to start, and whatever it takes to get your bow ball ahead, they will probably employ that when their coxswain calls it.
And sometimes if you go too hard, you just lose efficiency, and it doesn't work. So you have to spend a lot of time working on this sprint to make sure that you stay long, the blade stays direct into the catch, and it's not just working harder for the sake of harder work. It's got to be more efficient. And at this point, they're also sort of in a pain cave. I mean, what's happened physiologically is that as their body needs more oxygen, it draws the blood away from unnecessary parts of the body, which include your brain. So you sort of start to get some peripheral vision go away. You get the shadow that comes in, which is exactly what you want to do. And at that point, of the race, you can't make technical changes anymore so much, but you may have to just say, coxswain, get it in sharp, or something, whatever you've already practiced and already know.
Yeah, and there is New Hampshire across the line, taking the win in the first DEF semifinal of the men's varsity 4, and Vermont is going to hold on to take the final spot in the D final, which is going to relegate Georgia. And I believe it was Georgia Tech that is going to hold on for the 2 spots to the E final, and that means Sac State will unfortunately be going straight to the F final. As we await the final 2 crews to come across the line, there is Georgia Tech cementing their place into the E final, which means Sac State will be going to the F final, as running a tight ship.
And again, for some of these programs, this is their 4 best guys.
Sure,
right? For
yeah.
other programs, this may be their 4th varsity in some ways. So it's an interesting little mix. Occasional, if there is an event that has created sort of political tension between coaches at times, it's been who chooses to race what at this. If you've taken an 8 and broken it down. And the debate is between, what's best for my individual program versus are you gonna, stay racing in the harder event maybe. And some programs are just small, so it's
small schools, right?
Yeah, they have 4 guys.
And small schools with really new rowing culture, new rowing history, either brought on by a bunch of athletes and alum or brought on by a new coach coming in and inspiring. So it's a difference, and I think the coaches here at this coach-run regatta really put a lot of care into what their athletes need and expect. As all club programs, they're not led along by what their athletic director needs. It's student-run program. So a lot of times the students will say, we hired you, we want you to put together the program that is in our best interest, and maybe we'll disagree, maybe we'll discuss some things thoroughly, but at the end of the day,
quote, discuss, unquote,
quote, we trust the boats that you put together, and coaches have that vision. All right, right now, that's a couple small boats, that's a 4, that's this, that's that. Certainly was coming out of the COVID pandemic. And they're going to work their way up to 8s. I was talking to a coach this morning, thinking about working their way up to 8s, but the 8s are so fast, right? So the investment to make your whole club pull up to that thing just to show up here, and
your goal is to maybe make the D final.
Where
it's a hard thing to sell sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Kids. So when it's like, hey, well, if we just put these boats together here, we can make a bunch of A finals. So we'll see, I think, changes year to year as these clubs get a little bit more traction, and the clubs that have been around, either founding ACRA programs, are going to keep putting together boats across all events. So this is the semifinal number 2.
Semifinal number 2, yeah. As you're looking at the shot here, Rhode Island on the left in 2, Wichita State in 3, Pittsburgh in 4, Connecticut in 5, and George Washington in 6. And now the shot has switched to be from the bow, from the head of the boat back. And you can see even sort of a minute and a half in, they're probably just coming into the 500 still. They're not even in the first 500. You can already see how the chevron starts to break out, although over there in lane 2, URI is making a nice push to stay up with Wichita State. Here we have the Pittsburgh crew that was out in front, and they've settled clearly into their base at this point. They've gotten through a starting sequence, which maybe had 20 strokes or so up high. Maybe they did 20 high and a 10 sort of mid-shift to come down to this base cadence, sitting about 35. And again, another bucket here. And Eddie's correct in that it just is a little bit more complicated to coach. And for younger athletes, I think it's a little bit of a stretch at times, but at the college level, and certainly at the elite level, international level, like buckets are used regularly, at least among American and the Australian and New Zealand crews. Some of the Europeans not quite as clear, although it's called an Italian rig here in this 4, ironically, right? But what you're trying to do is get the right lineup of guys, either athletes, either technically or sometimes just in body sizes or how the leg drive works, all that, so you can have a boat that moves the best. In the end, having put many a bucket together, you just put it in, and if the boat's faster, it's faster. And sometimes it really does make a speed difference in your crew for what you see. I think most crews start out straight rigged, as we call it, in the fall, and just people are in and out. You don't have set lineups, but as you start to set lineups, you can craft them a little bit.
Very good control out of the Wichita State Shockers. They're currently your second place crew, but not by much over that. Looks like that's UConn, the University of Connecticut, currently in 3rd. Again, same progression, top 2 going to the D final, 3 and 4 going to the E final, and 5th place going to the F final. So it's going to be a battle between Wichita State and the University of Connecticut, with URI still sticking their nose in for a potential D final spot. But one thing is for sure is that the University of Pittsburgh, 4th place at Dad Vales this year in the Club Varsity 4, well out in front.
And for those who are sort of new to the sport, maybe watching a grandchild or a kid or a brother or something, and you haven't really watched rowing much, or you haven't seen it on a fully buoyed course, and you haven't seen it from the drone angle, one of the things that you want to do is you can sort of see in these photos, in these shots, because of where the light is, you can actually see the buoy lines line up from lane to lane, and they create a straight-ish line.
Straight-ish, yeah. There is a straight line. It's just the angle, and the buoys for the new viewer
can be off.
Look as if they can be off. So this is the crew from Connecticut. I got a chance to talk to them yesterday. I really appreciate it. They are one of these crews that is in year 1 with a new coach after their coach Marissa Semperbon ended her tenure there after, I believe, about 10 years
That's about a
of
decade,
helming
yeah.
the Connecticut crew, which has made the A final in the V8, which has had great results in some of those smaller, lighter boats, and had athletes go on to train for national team level hopes. So year one, they love their new coach, I believe an alum, Coach McClellan. Sorry if I'm getting the last name wrong. We stumbled over it. These guys are really driving hard. They're super excited about their teammates and all the other events. I believe the quad is one of the ones they're looking forward to this weekend.
But this is a heck of a race that they're in with Wichita State.
Yeah, and I talked to
Pittsburgh out in front.
I talked to the stroke pair who are just loving the training, been picking this up all year, and 3-seat. Big guy. He is putting a lot of power on it.
He is a large guy.
looking up at him when I was talking. That Wichita State crew, again, we saw their novice 4 come down, hungry, excited. I think they are excited to be part of this varsity crew next year. They're stepping on it in a way, and if you look at the video, it is going to be that stroke where it looks like they're putting in a lot of work, which is moving the shell, but might be putting in a lot of work that it's going to hit a little
Slow it
fatigue,
down a
yes,
little bit.
sooner,
It's the balance
earlier.
that they're having to play right now between holding on to their technique and making sure that the power is staying on. And ideally, power and technique are wedded or married. So
Yeah.
so your instinct is both of them, but that's a pretty advanced rowing skill, actually.
It is. And that Pittsburgh crew really setting the pace nice and smooth out in front. Pittsburgh coming from the Three Rivers area, one of the few colleges that represents that region with a lot of
And so
water.
using the buoys in the shot now, as you
Great
had
shot.
the side shot, you could see that actually Wichita State, the Shockers, have been able to move out. And the difference in the two crews is just it's not the bucket, I don't think. It's just one of a little bit of efficiency, making sure that a higher percentage of the effort that they're putting in is actually getting onto the water and moving the boat.
Yeah, having a crew kind of creep up on you like that in the middle of the piece can be very mentally draining, but if you're a crew like Wichita State able to have a little bit of a sense of urgency and kind of defend that's that bodes very well for their mental, which is such a underrated part of the
this
sport.
is the essence of a racing sport, right? I mean, the essence of a racing sport is you not only should expect people to come up and push you, you sort of want them to, right? And you have to prepare for that. It's just hard to prepare for that if you're in a small program where you don't have people going out there. If you're at Purdue and there are 5/8 of guys going out and beating up on each other every day, everyone from the first varsity down to the second novices, assuming that they do some work together, you get a lot of preparation in doing that. And as it comes across Pittsburgh out in front at 7:19 and Wichita State taking that second qualifying spot with a good bit back, and 500 meters to go, they were stroke for stroke, and Wichita State managed to open up a 4-second lead there, which is just a little bit of open water.
Yeah, great sprint there from Wichita State, demonstrating their sense of urgency and securing their place to the D final, which means the University of Connecticut and University of Rhode Island will be headed to the E final. George Washington there across the line will be the final crew headed to the F final, as we already have a start in the third DEF semifinal of the men's varsity 4. Just goes to show how many entries there are to have 3 finals represented in a single race, and
this is
having
the lower
3 finals.
half. This
And
is only the lower half of the field here.
ABC semifinals are going to be taking place later today.
And their final will be tomorrow, but these finals are this afternoon.
Yes.
So that's why they're going here in the morning. And with 6-minute centers and almost over 7-minute races, right? The race behind starts before the other races.
And everything's planned out so that there's no chance of a
space.
crew walking up and having to contend with the race ahead of them when they get to the 1,500-meter mark. So this is semifinal number 3 to make a spot in either the D or the E or the F final in the men's varsity 4. From the left to the right side of your screen, you're going to see lane 2, Tulane, how funny that, UNC men, Minnesota, University of Central Florida, and Emory University, and I believe that is...
We have Minnesota and UNC, I think, out in front.
I think that's right, Minnesota and UNC out in front. Coach Armstrong and Coach Works guys. They are one of those programs that's fielding a lot of 8s. So these guys are probably 3V, 4V level guys who we don't have those events here yet. So they came down, broke it up into 4s, and they're trying to put it out there. Great work.
Yeah, Scott Armstrong from Minnesota, longtime coach, was the coach at Dartmouth very successful coach at Dartmouth for a while. Took some break from coaching, has now come back into coaching at Minnesota, building a really nice program there. And you can see it just in the rowing next there, the way the blades are going in, missing no water. There's not a huge lot of splash. If you look at the blue blades next to when the blades go in, they're kicking up a little bit more water. And that's just the little levels of efficiency that we're talking about. You also will see on the right tighter puddles. That is when the blade, what the water's doing as the blade interacts with it is staying tighter, which means that it's a more efficient press. There's less slippage of the blade through the water. It's pressing against the front end more actively. So if you've never seen much rowing, I think you could see a nice side-by-side comparison there, which shows part of the reason that Minnesota is out there. Whatever their erg scores might be aside, and that's another difference, is how much wattage they have available to them to actually put onto the water. And that is also tied then to just how technically strong and how efficient that rowing is. The ability to sort of hold on to that is great. And in some ways it looks to me like that UNC crew is actually stronger, a little bit bigger guys, but and you can see more sort of energy on the ends of the oars, but a little bit more efficient coming out of that Minnesota crew, which slowly, bit by bit by bit, is taking an inch here, an inch there.
Yeah.
And if you have 240 strokes and you take an inch every single one, 240 inches is 20 feet.
Yeah, that you could see from that Minnesota crew, very, very stable. It almost looks like they were moving a little bit more water than UNC was, and they're going to take the win here in the third semifinal of the men's varsity 4. Minnesota and UNC going to the D final. UCF across the line there. Glad to see Coach Ray's crew competitive here in this semifinal. They'll be headed to the E final. Joining them will be, I believe that was Tulane across the line, which means Emory will be the final crew going to the F final. So great display of rowing from some of the larger programs between Minnesota and UNC. I believe Minnesota has a 3V, and I don't know if UNC does, but I know they definitely have a 2V for sure. So great to see some of these larger programs fielding smaller boats.
These are the guys on the lower end of their
Depth chart,
end of their roster.
It's programs that are going 3/8 deep.
But what you're seeing is, what you're seeing there is, in every program there is a fall off of speed at some place, and the 2V and the 3V, and to a certain extent the 4, if the 4 is not like their second boat, is a marker of that depth. Really, the 2V and 3V boats are the sort of emblem of the depth of a program, to a certain extent the second novice boat in the 8, and this 4. But as we said, the 4 here is a mixed bag. Everyone in the 2V, everyone in the 3V is racing against the sort of ranked level equivalent of the other programs' guys.
Right. So we're moving on to the single. Another good showcase for our small school programs, or programs with newer rowing clubs, or just ones that couldn't take a hike all the way to Tennessee after the school year is over. So this is the semifinal for the CD final, which I believe also would race today. And top 3 go to the C final. The next remaining crews will go to the D final. From the left to the right side of your screen, we should see Avery Hayes from Florida State, Josh Driscoll from University of Connecticut, Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary, Evan Mack from Kansas State, and Benjamin Asmussen from Wichita State. Avery Hayes, I think, looking to come back as strong as ever after a solid start to his row yesterday, about 750 meters in, and a flip. But he got back in. He finished his race with much applaud from the Florida State supporters on the shore. So great that he gets another shot out here today, something that happened. I think we've had 1 or 2 flips in the small boats, and then a lot of breakage in the
And
skeg.
right
So
now, Avery's actually sitting in third.
Yeah, and
which would move him into
what's important
the
is
C
that
final.
all those crews with the issues that came up during the race, they had to finish the race to be able to progress to
Absolutely.
semifinals, finals. So great on Avery to make it back in the boat so that he can continue his weekend racing, and he's holding a strong third place spot right now to try and earn his C final
But out in front,
show.
we have Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary, and then Josh Driscoll from Connecticut. Nathaniel has established himself out. He's now sort of just pushing nice and long. That's sort of more of a high-level, steady-state AT pace than a sprint pace, but he's got to turn around and come back to a C final fairly quickly, as everyone does. Josh Driscoll also looks to have settled down into that, and Avery is continuing to push up in third.
Yep.
Then we have Benjamin from Wichita State ahead of Evan Mack from Kansas State. Two state of Kansas rowers, and
Love to see that. Love to see more.
A little bit of plains rowing there.
Yep, plains rowing. Josh Driscoll, another one of those Huskies from UConn, new coach this year, rowing out on Coventry Lake. I've always had a pretty good shot in the sculling shell, so there's a lot of sculling going out of there. So he's holding down, I believe, that second place spot right now. And in the back of the crew is that who's out in first, Charlie?
Nathaniel
Was
Ward
Nathaniel Ward. Thank you. Yeah, so
William
Evan
Mary.
Mack and Benjamin Rasmussen from Wichita State. So the two Kansas spots trying to duke it out for ownership over the state. So I believe Nathaniel is up in the red buoys, or soon to be. Yeah, he's way past the red buoys. He's cruising in to his finish, closely followed
these two
by
guys,
Josh Driscoll.
you can see they've settled into a pace that's not a full racing pace. It's not just a paddle for sure. It's sufficient to advance them, so it's sufficiently fast. There is a rule, as we mentioned yesterday, about maintaining a racing cadence. But if you're in qualifying position, you've clearly done a racing cadence, and this is not. It's not unusual. It's not disrespectful. It's it's just finishing out, making sure that you can go and do the next thing, because when they come to the final this afternoon, they're going to lay it out the whole way.
Right. So these small boat events, the single, double, pair, are probably the only ones you're going to see that in. There's one other event I have in mind where we might see that before the grand final. And it goes along with what I was talking about, that kind of classic approach to the sport, right? If you're winning, we don't have points here, but the same way that if you're winning 70-0 in a football game, there's a bit of a mercy rule, right? And we don't call it that, but it's just there's a sportsmanship level here where we don't want to.
No one would be upset if he sprinted the whole way through at all.
Sure, no.
Because you get to prepare your own.
You get to prepare your own race. It happens a little bit more at the Henley Royal Regatta, where it's just two crews going side by side. If one has clear open water, they will lengthen it down to a much more casual pace, just to.
And Henley has its whole other set.
They have a whole
of etiquettes and dress codes and very upper class British expectations.
Which we're happy to be a little separate from here at the ACRA National Regatta, coach run regatta for all the club programs in the States. So in semifinal number 2 of the men's single, top 3 looking for the C final. Next cruise going to the D final. We have Penn State, Jacob Seymour representing, Washington State's Michael Petro, Taylor Town from Purdue, and Gene Nowlin from Nebraska Lincoln. I believe that's the Purdue crew. Taylor Town out in the lead as he approaches the third 500 of this race, going into the last quarter. Closely contested by the crew from Nebraska Lincoln. He has open water on Gene. But Gene also has Michael Petro from Wazoo hot on his tail.
Yeah, Michael Petro is putting a nice. You can tell he's putting a nice move there, and Gene is having to respond a little bit. Although Gene has gotten a little deep into his body there.
Right.
And what you see, if you can see the two of them there, Gene pulling a little bit deeper into the boat, while Michael is sort of sitting up around the finish, able to sort of rebound
Gene
out a little bit better and get a higher rate. So we'll see if he can
throwing his force into the finish there to try and walk up on Taylor Town. So we'll see if that pays off for him. Sometimes that does sort of is a little Pyrrhic. Sometimes it blows your gaskets and you get a little too exhausted doing that or some fatigue. But it looks like he's trained to be able to do this, so he's going to put it out there in the yellow hull next to Taylortown. Great work
and
right for now.
Those three going to go clearly around. We have the Penn State rower, Jacob Seymour, significantly back, and that looks like he's new to the single.
Yeah, and actually, I believe one of the parents told us yesterday in the single event it might have been Avery Hayes, but maybe not. A lot of athletes did start rowing the single a month ago or midway through their season.
Once the boats were selected.
Yeah, if they didn't get selected for a double or something else. So it's also just great props to the athletes for showing up and finding however they can race here, adapting to the boats around that. I know crews that row programs that roll 5/8 deep or so. You have your 3/8s and you have your novice 8s and you have varsity guys who they need a way to race and they'll adapt to whatever shells. And a lot of times, whatever their finish is, you have teammates who are just so supportive. It's the most exciting race of the weekend for them because it's their teammate who was willing to do whatever it takes to make sure they come down, race, represent, help add team points to the docket for their program. I can think of guys back when I coached at Boston College who came and they're like, I'll race the pair, never having practiced it for 2 weeks ahead of time and learning how to steer it on the course, and just everybody rallying around how exciting it was to be out there.
We have Taylortown, who's gone across in just under 9 minutes.
Great work.
8:59. Gene Nolan goes second in 9:03. We should have Michael Petro there.
There you go, 3 seconds
Those
back.
three clearly moving into the C final, and Jacob will go into the D final as he finishes. He's just past the 1,500 now, so he's got about 400 meters to go, which also means we probably will see our first final of the day fairly soon. That's going to be a women's single C final as they go. And here's Jacob putting in his rowing to get down the course.
Yeah, great work from the Nittany Lion from the middle of from State
Valley.
College, from Penn State. Great work
Valley, baby.
following through on the course. So what we're going to see soon is, yes, the first final of the day. This is the C final for the women's single. It will be followed by the C final for the women's double. These races will have 3 and 4 athletes a pop. I believe the women's single just went ABC final, women's double went ABC final as well. So these are not medal events. You can't get a medal for being in the middle of the pack, but they do add team points to where you are. So a higher finish is better, and they're competitive. Everyone here's they came here for something. So
Jacob's movement there is actually pretty good. His body's under control. He's sitting up nicely. The legs are driving. It's a good range of motion. I think he's just having to learn to be comfortable in the boat a little bit more, so he could take it up a little bit, push a little bit.
Right.
More.
And it's a lot, right? That shell is just about the width of your frame, and once you're sitting out there, it feels like there's almost nothing underneath you, and it's just you in the water. So a lot to learn, a lot to feel. And then, I know Penn State has a lot of sweep shells here, 1 oar. It's also a lot to adapt to sculling after a season of sweeping. For some reason, 2 oars just feels a whole lot different. So great work. Jacob is in the red buoys now.
The final is coming up close to us on the water, as you can see now in the overhead shot there. And in lane 3, we have Georgia Smith from Tennessee. Lane 4, Catherine Pasanisi from Emory, and Runway Zhou from Ohio State in lane 5. And it looks like right now Ohio State Runway Zhou is in first, and that would put her into 13th place.
13th overall. There was a lot of excitement in the singles yesterday morning. There was a heavy fog. There was some debris out on the course, so the singles got off to a bit of a unique start. I can't remember if it was a flip or if it was a person steering off their course, but there's a lot of shake-up there, and I think all these athletes are putting down just fantastic pieces, long run on the shell, a lot of movement per stroke. So I think they are trying to take this last race of their weekend and trying to put down the most effective, strong race piece they can.
And you're going to notice some pretty even spread here between all 3 of these scullers. Joe out of Ohio State about a length of open water ahead of Passanisi out of Emory, who is also about a length and a half open water over the final sculler from Tennessee, Georgia Smith. So this is the final. This is a C final. So the last time racing this weekend for these athletes in this event. And yeah, as you noticed with these placement finals and with the grand finals, the competition is going to be a lot tighter than some of the heats and maybe even the semifinals that we've been seeing in the majority of the other events.
Yeah, so runway is sculling very, very nicely there. Nice hang. You can see the arms get stretched out a little bit, but the body angle staying forward. And that's moving her quite nicely, although she seems to be rather small-statured relative to Catherine, who's next and from Emory and moving up. Not quite as much stretch in those arms. The hands are not locking into the height of the drive quite as well. But a very nice arc there for sure. Good matching coming across. You can see from above just how narrow those boats are as they go there. And at this level still you have some blades on the water a little bit as they're coming up to the recovery. Ideally those blades would be off the water and you see no trace of anything on the water there. Runway said, I don't like this. It's too close. So you can see that she's going up and starting her sprint to stay out in front as Catherine was pushing back up to her. She's opened back up in that pink shell. Now you can see the open water if you read those buoys, and as they line up, you can see where the line is. The drone's not always in the same relationship to the boats when they're from side. So you can't just say, oh, it looks like they're ahead. You have to really think about the angle that you're seeing the image out.
Yeah, but it's pretty clear here that Joe was able to break open water away from
she's
Passanisi.
Just walking away now,
Passanisi did well to have a strong third to final 500, but Joe able to answer the call, and final few strokes here in this C final. And it is Joe out of Ohio State who's firmly in control now. Very good sprint,
and
yes.
You saw that in the single you can drastically change the boat speed.
Yes, that's a great point there.
To.
And Joe takes the win in the C final, 13th place in the country here for the women's single. Passanisi just behind her for Emory, taking 14th overall and second in the C final. And Georgia Smith from Tennessee is going to round out this event, 15th overall for her here at the ACRA National Championship. So congratulations to these athletes for a weekend well rode.
Absolutely. And next we'll have a women's double C final. 4 crews, so places 13 through 16, and they're already at about the 1250, so 750 meters to go. In lane 2 we have Tennessee, lane 3 UC Santa Barbara, lane 4 Emory, and lane 5 New St. Andrews. And it looks like New St. Andrews out in front, and on the other side of the course you see Santa Barbara out in front. And this would have been seeded so that it would actually run the other way. If they'd gone through from their seedings earlier, from their finals earlier, you would have expected the 2 center crews to be out in front.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
They're not, actually. So this is the difference between head-to-head racing and time trials that you're seeing. You get to do this. Very nice sculling out of New St. Andrews there, Antonsen and Thorgerson.
I think they might be struggling with steering a little bit. I saw a few of their strokes had to be cut off.
Cut off a little bit, yeah.
And Tennessee might be trying to take advantage, but New St. Andrews starting to pick up speed again. Looks like they regained their point. And again, you mentioned that acceleration from these smaller boats, able to change speed so quickly when you put your mind to it, and that's exactly what happened.
Now
there.
they've lengthened back out and they're moving away. But you know, that little race in the middle between UC Santa Barbara and Emory is actually working. And both of those crews are up at a different level of speed now to try and get in. This is the last race of their season, right? So they're going after it. They're side by side. You see Santa Barbara moving right now. There are a couple of slightly unfortunate strokes out of Emory, and UC Santa Barbara just jumped and went on them. And that's moving them back up into contact here. You can see that these crews are tired at the end of the race, as they should be, and I'm sure they're giving. This is the last time, so it's giving them they're giving their last effort for the year, and whether they've been imagining the double for 2 months or 2 weeks as where they were going to be, they still want to come in and do well at this level of the regatta. You will notice that there are more men's boats in every category of rowing pretty much. There are more male athletes at this regatta. Reason being that many of the men's teams are from universities where the women's programs are varsity Division I or Division III programs, so they may not have a women's club at all. Some of the clubs do. Purdue has very strong men, very strong women. UC Santa Barbara, very strong men, very strong women. Neither of those schools has varsity programs. We are seeing more Ohio State women, and Ohio State has very good women's program. We're seeing more women on the Virginia side, and they have a very good program. Texas also, and those happen to be three of the best women's programs in the country. So for some women, the idea of racing on that level is either more than they want to do, or it's not the level that they have.
And what I think of it is also just a great culture of rowing and awareness of the sport developing at these campuses and in these regions, right? It's not just Boston, Seattle, Philadelphia, and Ivy League schools where you could do it, right? It's everywhere in the country now. And this it's a show, right? And Texas, has just had this great revamp of speed in the last decade or so. Their women's program, top of the tops. This men's and women's club headed on by Sean McKenna this year, also picking up speed in these smaller boats. And then there's a lot of junior programs, a lot of masters runs, always away. And outside of Austin, there's TCU, SMU, a couple other programs. So it's a lot of attention being put into developing this sport at the youth level, at the college level, and at the postgraduate level, what we call masters. So it's great to see that because, the case for Ohio State and Tennessee and Virginia, it just is clear that there's so many students on campus who just love rowing, and no matter what it is, they want to do it. So I think in the Virginia, which has been a really strong men's program for as long as I've known the sport, I think a women's pair in a women's single, which were just cruising out there. So it is also getting coached to a high level at all these programs.
Absolutely. And congratulations to Antonsen and Torgerson from St. Andrews and the state of Idaho for winning that C-level final, finishing 13th in the nation. So now we are into the men's pair.
Back to the semifinals.
Top 3 to the C final, 4, 5, and 6 to the D final.
This is a big semifinal. This is our first race of the day with all 7 lanes accounted for. So from the left to the right side of your screen, you are seeing lane 6 is Duprass and Hunter from Long Beach State, who had a really great start to their race yesterday, leading, looking like an AB crew. A little bit of a tragedy. I think an oarlock popped open, so they are dominant to start this race. Lane 5, Gresh and Worthstern from URI, the Rams out of Rhode Island. Lane 4, Middlebury up from Vermont, Durham and Boyle. Gianotti and Petroni from, I believe, that is University of Connecticut. Yes, that's what those oars are. Powell and Ryan from Pittsburgh, and on the right side of your screen should be Shrimsema and Vicini from Colorado State. So that crew from Long Beach State out ahead, pressing on it, aggressive but smooth. In second place right now is the Middlebury crew with the Calprint oars, and not so far ahead of UConn that they shouldn't keep an eye on them and say, if they move, we move. If they move, we hold our ground. All crews are in the last 500 now, so it is make or break. Top 3 go to the C final. The remaining crews go to the D final. I know everybody here wants to earn that spot to fight for 13th overall.
4th and 5th, but not so much that you can't think about it. And it's possible that the crews over from URI can't really see what's happening on the other side of the course.
Hopefully, every one of these crews before racing the pair this weekend has watched that classic Olympic video. Is that the French pair starting their sprint?
Yeah.
Midway through the race, and case study for all coaches, like, how soon should you start your sprint? Is it okay to start your sprint here? Well, if it works, because anything is possible. These smaller boats, which, I mean, 1 athlete, 2 athletes, once there's a really big margin, a good amount of open water, a boat length or more, it can be really hard to close that gap. Whereas
But
in an
you
8,
can see the Pittsburgh crew moving.
and that's where I mean to go. Is in
right now you can see them going.
in an 8, anybody's game until they reach the finish line. In a single, maybe a double or a pair, a little bit harder to do. But the pair, you can make up that ground. These sweep oars can really pick up
and here they
and
go.
drive.
Here they go. Pittsburgh is coming up, and because they're right next to Gennady and Petruccini, they can see it. So they're answering, and they're all moving into that URI crew right there. Do I have those
I
teams
believe
right
that
there?
is the URI crew is moving up to the Middlebury crew, who's that leading crew of the pack. So
Gotcha.
top 3 to C final. First place is already accounted for. Dupross and
Long
Hunter
Beach
through the
State,
line. So
Easily.
whoever can eke out this second place, that looks like it is Middlebury
Beep,
squeezing through.
beep. I'm ahead of the finish line tower.
Who followed Middlebury? Was it URI or was it Connecticut?
I believe that was Middlebury and then Connecticut.
Wow. Okay. So Connecticut holding on, holding their ground, keeping out. There we go. I'm through as well.
And 2/10.
Great work by those crews. What a well-fought race.
With Pittsburgh not very far behind, only 2 seconds back there, and then URI finishing out the semifinal. So there will be yet another race coming down, the second semifinal. And already, about 1,200 meters or so. They're through the 1,000. So with these 6-minute centers, we're going to have race on top of race on top of race.
Yeah, absolutely. In lane 1, we got the University of Cincinnati. Lane 2, Wichita State. Lane 3, Michigan State. Lane 4, Illinois. And lane 5, Nebraska-Lincoln. And it looks like maybe Illinois is out in front, followed closely by Nebraska-Lincoln for those top 2 spots. And the third spot is highly contested as well. It's going to be tight to see who is going to earn the right to compete in the C final.
Yeah, Ficalora and Slattery had a chance to work with them this spring on their spring training trip a little bit. At that point, they were just getting comfortable in a pair, learning how to twist out a little bit more, get some more length. The instinct when you're sort of new to a pair is to try and keep yourself completely above the shell. But you have to be able to get part of your body out over the water, actually, to sort of be able to move. And there's a nice little sprint going in there as they're moving. I mean, they're coming into 500 to go, but making sure that they can push the blade away. And again, this is a top 3 to the C final, and this would give them a center lane if they're able to. Second place fairly clear, also pushing them, but then a great race between 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, I believe that is Wichita State. Wichita State currently in command of that final qualifying spot, but very, very closely followed by Michigan State in the middle in lane 3. And again, with these pairs, it's very, very easy to change speed, so nothing is set in stone until those bow balls cross the finish line.
And there's still overlap, and they're in the lane right next to each other, so they absolutely know.
Yeah. What's
that
at
they're
stake?
right there. And there's a nice move here. Again, this is an efficiency-based move. It sort of looks like Wichita swinging nice and pushing well there, and then Michigan State a little bit sort of wrestling with the water a little bit.
Yeah, and here's a great shot again of the current leaders out of Illinois, but they're very, very closely tracked by Nebraska-Lincoln. You can see that bowman and the strokeman as well, kind of looking over with their peripheral, taking a look at that Nebraska-Lincoln pair that's starting to make a move, trying to eke out into the lead. But
well, he was looking over his shoulder, which you have to do when you're training on water with no buoys. But when there's a buoyed course, you shouldn't be looking over your shoulder to see where you're going. But you can see just some really nice rowing, and Illinois here on the men's side prioritizing their 4 and then their pair. So as they're building their program, they have a freshman 4. The women racing varsity 8, a novice 8, and a varsity 4. more women on that program than there are men right now. But Peter Felici will be building that up, I'm sure. Nebraska here. Again, you can see there, the bow man yakking at the stroke man, saying, "Okay, we've got to go, we've got to go." The stroke looks over. He's like, "Oh my God, can we get them?"
Yeah, it looks like that Illinois is just going to have a stronger sprint today as they break open water almost a full length now away from that second place Nebraska Lincoln crew. And across the line, it looks like it is going to be that crew from Illinois taking the win and the first qualifying spot into the C final.
Very nice race there. Very, very nice.
And they'll be
race.
seeing each other again, Nebraska Lincoln, maybe looking for some redemption later on today in the C final. And finally, it looks like Wichita State is going to win that battle against Michigan State. Just a smidge of open water ahead to take the final qualifying space.
That Nebraska crew gave quite a spirited attempt to try and get back in Illinois. Just, when you're out in front like Illinois was there, they could see it happening and they can just absorb it. And absorb it not so much necessarily, yes, you can give up a little bit of water if you need to, but also just emotionally you have time to regroup and say, okay, stay long, we got this.
Yeah, you can very easily change, the way you race depending on, the result of the semifinal. So maybe Nebraska Lincoln, the plan will be going into the final, taking a little bit off the middle, maybe saving a little bit more for the end because it looked like Illinois got them in the sprint. So maybe going to try and prioritize the sprint in the C final later on. But as we have,
you just don't know what their approach is, but they know what their approach is, and they're trying to work on that the whole time.
And we have another start already in the next event. It is the CD semifinal for the women's novice 4 already on your screen there. In lane 2, we have Georgia Tech. Lane 3, William and Mary. Lane 4, Penn State. And lane 5, Virginia Commonwealth University. So it looks like it is Penn State, the Nittany Lions, out of lane 4, currently in the lead.
Yeah, and fascinating. They're out easily. Again, they're just going to be able to push through and claim their spot. But some overlap still with
look at that battle.
750 meters to go, 800 meters to go from those other 3 crews. A little bit of steering issue going on there for VCU. Coxon's got them back on line there. And the goal here is to not be last, honestly.
Right. Yeah, top 3 boats are moving on to the C final, so you can see that battle. Penn State currently out in front has that lead pretty locked up. I don't think anyone's going to catch them barring any sort of disaster. But, yeah, Georgia Tech, William and Mary, and VCU will be battling for the final 2 spots. One of those crews is going to be on the outside looking in. But still plenty of race course left to go. Still over 500 meters left. So we'll see who has the final sprints to edge their bow balls out in front and take that final qualifying spot.
And after that last little steering bobble from Virginia Commonwealth, they are back on pace. Maybe it's just a little digger or something like that, a little mini crab that sort of pulled them around a little bit.
Yeah,
Coxon's gotten them lined back up, and they're moving away. Sometimes that little jolt of adrenaline is not a bad thing at about this point in the race when you sort of want to stop.
VCU maybe a half a deck ahead of William and Mary. Those are your second and third place crews, and it looks like Georgia Tech is just starting now to fall away. So unfortunately, they look like they're going to be in the outside looking in, but very, very strong middle moves from VCU, still moving away from William and Mary to consolidate their spot.
Moving with Virginia Commonwealth, and those 2 crews are just using that to cement their break over Georgia Tech, which in some ways is what you need to do at this point. But there's a nice little race going on there.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 2 women from VCU giving a large effort, you can see, but also therefore sort of coming out of the rhythm of the boat a little bit, and as a result, William and Mary moving back up on them and closing some distance. This is a great shot to be able to see how those buoys line up so that you can read the separation between those. Now 2-seat in VCU is back. I don't know, maybe there was a 10 that was called there and she responded a little bit less, but as they start to move, It can light the fire in the other crew a little bit. In the end, even at the elite level, athletes are motivated by direct competition. It's one of the reasons we do what we do.
I was going to say VCU looks to have the advantage at the moment, but William and Mary were still looking quite relaxed, as opposed to VCU were striking a much higher and aggressive rhythm. And I think as the camera panned away, we could see William and Mary starting to move in the final sprint. So I think William and Mary has a little bit more room to gain some speed.
They
and
do.
Here's the picture. William and Mary still trying to gain. VCU still holding on to the lead, but they're running out of room.
Or so. And William and Mary just now, as you
There's
see,
the
taking
move.
them over. There's the move right now, and you can just see more length, more efficiency moving there, but a lot of energy in both boats. So we'll see what happens. Here's Penn State going over with an easy victory to go on to the C final in the women's novice 4. Remember, all these athletes in their first national championships at the collegiate level if they're in a novice event. So they've never been here before. And it's not like they sort of know what they're up for.
Yeah, look at the gap here. Quite the gap for that Penn State boat. I think they might be looking to prove that maybe they deserve to be in a higher final, being that far ahead of the rest of their competition. As William and Mary confirmed they're overtaking VCU in the final sprint. And those are going to be your
but
three
all
crews.
three move forward.
Yes,
so
all three of those will be
no
seeing
effect
each
on
other.
the progression.
All three of those boats will be seeing each other later this weekend in the C final, and there is the final boat from Georgia Tech. They will be headed to the D final. So yeah, again, almost a 30-second victory there for Penn State. So maybe something to prove. Maybe
maybe something happened yesterday that we don't know about. That they actually have more speed. You do have to. As you're dealing with these multi-stage regattas, you have to not get out ahead of yourself, right? You have to be sitting there thinking about what do we need to do now? Like, what's our goal for this race, so that you have to get to the next step, right? We'll see that later today as people in the A-B semifinals, whether you're third or fourth makes an enormous difference in sort of where you get to go and what it feels like to finish your race up. So we have another race going here, which is semifinal number 2 of the women's novice 4. In lane 2, Tulane, lane 3, Colorado State, lane 4, Florida. And lane 5, Central Florida.
And it's the Gators out in front. Let's go. I'm myself being a Florida Gator, so very excited to see my teammates out of the University of Florida out in front here in this semifinal 2. Again, top 3 boats heading to the C final. The goal is to not be last. And it looks like Florida, Tulane, and Colorado State are the 3 crews in qualifying spots. But yeah, here's a great shot of that lead crew out of Florida. A little bit of a bucket there as well in the middle of the boat.
It's like being a little bit fill in your favorite body condition. You are, you aren't. You have a bucket, you don't have a bucket. But we do like a little bucket here or there. So what was the story of this crew, Christian, yesterday?
Yeah, they were very, very close to qualifying into this AB semifinals. They were not able to hold on to the finish just towards the end of their race. But again, these 4 athletes, not only is this their first year of collegiate rowing, this is for all 5 of these girls, actually. This is their first year of rowing all together. So just in the past 6 to 8 months or so, these girls have been coached by our novice coach, Bob Van Twyer, completely from scratch, learning how to row on Nunan's Lake in Gainesville, Florida. So we're really proud to see.
Is there an 8 ahead of them, or is this
No.
the 4?
This is the 4, the only 4.
Y'all are still a fairly small.
Yes.
Right now.
So I mean, this event is happening 2 to 3 weeks after our final exams. So a large majority of the team, goes out and goes into internships or summer jobs and whatever. So
you are waiting until this is over.
Yes,
for your
I am
internship.
waiting.
When do you leave for Korea?
I leave on Monday, actually.
So 2 days from now.
So I'm staying in Atlanta overnight, and then I'm headed off to Korea. But yeah, here's a great shot. Again, a little bit interesting to see a stern-coxed boat from Stern Cox 4 is not really traditionally seen today, but good to see Tulane still bringing in the old school vibes here. Currently in second place now.
You know, I will point out that Greg Hartsuff has some that he uses for training and for seat racing because it's better for the coxswain.
Yeah, I
so
do
in
like
some
a good
ways,
stern cox boat myself.
We have bow cox fours because the physics is better.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a novice crew, they may actually be better off where their coxswain can see what's going on. So good call on that. We don't see it very often in the racing. It's an older Vespoli shell, but those things are durable and last for a long time if you take care of them.
Yeah, that third place crew right now is Colorado State, holding a length open water lead over the final crew, which is Central Florida. So Central Florida currently the only crew on the outside looking in. But
wow, that coxswain is steering a lot.
Oh yes, the
She's
Colorado
just
State
wrenching on that thing. Again, one of the ideally the boat should go forward because of matching pressure on both sides.
Right.
And it's very hard to do that when the coxswain is also making those big steering corrections. So.
And yeah, I wouldn't fault the coxswain at all, especially being in the novice category.
If it doesn't match up, you gotta get yourself back in the middle of where you're supposed to be.
I've been coxing for almost 10 years now, and I didn't really get comfortable with steering up until maybe like 3 or 4 years ago.
Absolutely.
When I made the jump to the elite level at the junior division, but. Yeah, I wouldn't fault the coxswains at all, especially if it's their first year.
No, but it was
steering.
a marked motion. I mean,
Yes.
ideally, you teach your coxswains to be a little bit more gentle with that. You're just yanking, which is sort of cool. So here's
Central Florida.
Central Florida.
Great to see some Florida representation here at the ACRA National Championships. University of Central Florida, obviously out of Orlando, Florida. Great to see Coach Ray's crews out here competing very, very well, representing Florida on the national stage. But looks like Tulane actually made up a bit of ground on this lead Florida crew. We're going to see, I believe they're in the red buoys now. Let's see if Tulane's is going to be able to mount a sprint against this Florida crew. Currently the leaders all the way down the course, but again, the only thing that matters is who crosses the line at the end of the race, not the bulk.
Florida had a few small little diggers in there about 300 meters back, and I think they opened up the possibility for a crew to come back.
Only 50 meters.
And they're going to, barring disaster, they should take this.
And yeah, there's the finish line camera, and there's confirmation. Florida across the line, just maybe a little bit of connection bow to stern between Tulane. So great move by Tulane in the second half of that race to close up. But they'll be seeing Florida again, maybe for another chance at redemption in the C final later on, as the final crew coming across the line next is Colorado State. Those are going to be your 3 crews advancing to the C final, and Central Florida will be joining Georgia Tech in the D final.
And this is the thing. Those crews will come off the water. They'll go have a meeting. They'll talk to their coaches. They'll note the things that went well. They'll note the things that could go better. They'll identify some things to do for the next step to come back. Maybe not even a whole lot of talking, but just a little bit of that. At this point, there's not a whole lot of coaching. You certainly can't make huge changes. You can just remind them of what they already know and need to focus on. But they have a quick turnaround, so they will come back, and there you have Florida, Tulane, and Colorado State moving on to the C final in the women's novice 4 second CD semifinal.
So next on the docket, we have the first of the AB semifinals of the day. This is the women's single AB semifinal 1, already well underway. In lane 1, we have KU Chen out of Rice. Lane 2, Abigail Danielle, Illinois. Lane 3, Raquel Bennett out of Long Beach State. Lane 4, Sophia Segura out of Virginia. Lane 5, Qingwen Shi out of Clarkson. And lane 6, Alexa Miller, another representative out of the Florida Gators.
And I believe this is Sophia Segura out in... Oh, no, I have it wrong. That is lane 3, Raquel Bennett, out with a strong lead ahead of the rest of the pack.
And
so we did the CD semifinals earlier because they'll have finals tomorrow. The A finals are all on the final day of the regatta.
I think those the races earlier were actually supposed to be scheduled for yesterday.
Yeah,
But because
also.
of the many delays, they unfortunately had to be forced to today. But this is the beginning of the scheduled events for today. And yeah, Raquel Bennett out in front for Long Beach
There will be
State.
some finals this afternoon.
Yes.
We only have but they obviously we're finding out right now who's going into them.
Right. No one's predicting the future. Great stroke here from the athlete from Long Beach. What did we say? The Long Beach Sharks, right? LB,
Yeah,
LB Sharks.
LB the Sharks.
Great stroke. I think this crew prioritizes both the small boats and the sculling shells, and that's evident in this commanding lead that Raquel has going into the second 1K of her piece here. Not to be undersold, Sofia Segura also put down a great piece in her heat yesterday, another one with a commanding lead, and I think she has a lot of separation on the pack, and we'll see when we pan back where Ching Wen. She is Alexa Miller, Abigail Danielle, and KU Chen from Rice University.
I'm a little bit surprised personally to see Sofia Segura perhaps a little bit more down on the lead that I might have expected. Segura was the runner-up at ACRA's,
Right.
and she had been very, very dominant in all of her races.
And
but Bennett as well.
We shouldn't undersell it. She is wide open on the rest of the field. This is a event in which it is 3 are heading to the grand final, so she has her ticket punched, barring any obstacles. And it might be, hey, I got 3 crews in my sight. I don't really need to worry about where the next person is until tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
When we make it to the grand final. But Raquel's definitely putting down a piece where it's like, I want to put down the fastest time I can. I want to make the most out of this. I have all of today to recover. Perhaps that is what Sofia's doing, and perhaps Raquel is trying to prove, like, hey, line up against me tomorrow. I think I can show you the same margin. So really solid rowing out of these 3 crews who are fighting for that third place spot. So in the far lane from my shore is
Danielle out of Illinois.
Danielle out of Illinois.
Skull.
And then I see Clarkson is she and Alexa Miller out of Florida.
Yeah, this is a fascinating story here out of the Florida Gators here with Alexa Miller. She's actually recently diagnosed with Crohn's disease. So she was formerly, she was a full-time rower, but due to her Crohn's diagnosis, she has to take some time off and was actually coxswain. She's actually the coxswain of the men's novice 4.
Wow.
Here at the ACRA National Championships, but just now starting to get back into full-time rowing. So just to see her out here being competitive in the single, making the AB semifinal, we're really, really proud of her to kind of come back from all the adversity she's faced. So
it's great to see. How long has she sculled the single leading up to this weekend?
Well, she was a high school rower, so she rowed the single for a long time out of high school. So, but just these past few months, this whole year pretty much, she's been battling with that Crohn's diagnosis. So just getting her fitness back to some degree leading up to this weekend, and we're really proud for her to see the single genes kind of come back. And,
that's incredible. It's great to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a good shot, that is Raquel Bennett, again, the current leader by quite some margin now, as she's well into the red buoys. This is going to be a very, very strong victory, and she's going to put her stamp on the national championship going into the finals later this weekend.
Yes, and we're going to see which side of 9 minutes she comes out on. It's still going to be a fight for that third place spot to move to the grand finals. From the distance that I see it, I believe it's going to be Abigail Danielle in the lead over Ching Wen Shi from Clarkson. But Clarkson has a lot of small boats here that are really fast. It's something they definitely focus on up there in Potsdam. So it's really going to be a show coming down to the last few meters here. Who's going to pull their bow ball ahead? From where I'm at, it looks like it's still a pretty steady pacing from those crews. No one's tried to really turn the screw and pick up their stroke rate so much that they're trying to set themselves away and apart. So we'll see what happens the last 50, 100 meters. So Raquel Bennett just over one side of 9. Sofia Segura also finishing out
it's the
her
Illinois
piece.
sculler.
And Illinois is in a healthy lead over the single sculler from Clarkson. Soon after will be the following crew from Florida and rounding out the pack will be KU Chen from Rice.
So yeah, solid performance from the top 3 scullers, well out in front to confirm their spots into the A final with a chance for medals and the national championship in the women's single. She out of Clarkson, Alexa Miller out of Florida, and KU Chen will be headed to the B final competing for placement. So Raquel Bennett, national championship contender there, winning this one by almost 30 seconds.
Fantastic.
So very,
Yeah,
very
it's great
strong
to see.
performance there.
That's going to be really exciting to see how that shakes out in the semifinal if the next gear up for Sofia Segura is closer to Bennett, or if Bennett's going to try and use that as a statement row as well. Coming up, we'll have the second semifinal for the women's single loaded. This is also another 7 or 6 crew event.
Yes, this is the second semifinal. Again, top 3 boats moving on to the grand final for the chance to compete for medals in a national championship. The remaining 3 boats will be headed to the B final. In lane 1, we have Natalie Staley out of Orange Coast. Lane 2, Katrina Schneider out of the University of Cincinnati. Lane 3, Julia Rodriguez out of St. Thomas. Lane 4, Kailani Doring out of Colorado State. Lane 5, Sophia Whitman out of Northwestern State. And lane 6, Eva Kushnir out of Georgia Tech. As there's confirmation from the times from the first semifinal, we already have the second semifinal.
Semi 2 is
course.
past the 1K mark, and I believe one of the rowers from lane 2 or 3 is up in the lead, so that should be either Katrina Schneider or Julia Rodriguez from St. Thomas. And looking at that a little bit closer, lane 1, 2, 3. Yes, that is Katrina Schneider. Oh, no, that is Julia Rodriguez from St. Thomas up in Minnesota, the land of the lakes. Up. Another commanding lead there. Close after her is, I believe that is actually Kailani Doring from Colorado State in the red and white hull. In second place, closely followed by Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State out of Louisiana and Katrina Schneider, who are going to be fighting each other for the 3rd place spot unless they push up on Kailani from Colorado State.
Yeah, again, another runaway leader at the moment here in this second semifinal. This is, like you said, Julia Rodriguez out of St. Thomas. One of the programs with a lot of smaller boats, so very, very strong in the sculling contingent out of St. Thomas. You said that's Minnesota, right?
Minnesota, yeah. I got it wrong earlier, so I'm trying to make up for that.
As they pass by the commentary booth, it does look like the Colorado State sculler has a little bit of open water, but it's going to be a fight for that final qualifying spot between Sophia Whitman of Northwestern State and Katrina Schneider out of the University of Cincinnati. It looks like
right, and I think
Whitman
Sophia
is
Whitman
currently in contention for that spot, but
in
we'll
that
see.
3rd place spot, maybe half a length up on on Katrina, as we see here. And she's making a really distinct move, not one where it's a flurry of high strokes that she has to shift down from, but it looks like this is a stroke rate that she plans to sustain for the rest of the race. And, as it comes away from my fixed point on shore, it looks as if she's getting closer to Kailani Doring. I think that's a little bit of the perspective. So we'll see from the drone in just a moment where those crews are in contention. Until then, we're watching the wonderful stroke from Julia Rodriguez. Just long, strong,
stroke.
Locked in. Beautiful water here at Melton Lake. You can see as those oars place in. Not too much depth. This is something I actually have to talk to my single scullers a lot about, and all my scullers, is they want to enforce this power on the stroke to move this hull, and a lot of times they put the oars in way too deep, right? When really it's all rigged up for just the blade to go in. Some coaching styles out of the western side of New York is maybe not even the whole blade goes in at main entry, because as you push, it's going to sink in a little bit deeper, and at a certain point, you're not actually propelling or leveraging the hull to the bow. Instead, you're sinking the oars in so deep, kind of getting stuck halfway through, and it'll feel that way. It'll feel really heavy, and you won't be getting the result from your shell sending out.
And I think she was using a fluid design single as well. And if you've ever rowed those fluids, oh man, it's like you're rowing on. It's like you're not rowing. It's like you're rowing on nothing.
It is very
those
thin,
shells
very
are
narrow.
so light.
Those actually scare me when I have to rig them, because all the nuts and bolts you have to tighten into the rigger. Into the gunnels of the hull itself, and they are razor thin. So it is nerve-wracking to me. Both those colors, actually, so Julia Rodriguez and Kailani Doring, have bow set Riggers,
yeah.
right? So instead of the Riggers, nice, good cheering for herself, good work. Riggers set to the side of the shell or mounted towards the stern. A lot of single sculls and a lot of double sculls, some quads, in the last 10 years or so, based on the fluid design, have been bow mounted with the idea that the power application, it makes more sense for the point at which is rigged to the boat to be behind you, right? The point, the direction that you are sending the boat. Great work. Following through, Keilani Doring, followed by Sophia Whitman,
And
followed by Katrina Schneider.
And you could see there's the single is, you're out there by yourself, so there's a lot of camaraderie amongst athletes competing against each other. All three of the athletes that are qualified for the A final immediately turned back
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
congratulated each other. So that just goes to show you how much camaraderie there is amongst in between competitors. You would think that, there a lot of
Yeah, you can't hear it, but you can definitely
athlete,
see it. There's the
interaction.
sportsmanship run deeps here. Every
sure.
crew, as soon as they finish, the first thing it is that they say is great race to all the other crews that they can hear, that they can see. So charging through to the finish is, I believe, the last crew in the second semifinal for the women's single. That should be KU Chen from Rice University in Houston, Texas. Strong finish there. Strong finish there. She's heading to the B final, the petite final of this event. Following up, we're going to have more singles. It'll be 2 semifinals from the men's single, and then 2 semifinals from the women's double, and then the men's double, 3 semifinals following that. So a huge slate of sculling events that are actually already on the course. Again, we're running around 6-minute centers here, events starting every 6 minutes by our incredible team of regatta officials down at the start.
And they're right on
schedule, absolutely, which is great, because there's been some
maybe even slightly ahead.
And what we have right now is, again, semifinal number 1. Strong showing right now from the crew from Clarkson from Potsdam, New York. That is Ryan Muldoon. Clarkson having great sculling shells, small boats the last few years. We have
He had a great race yesterday.
Yeah. What we're going to have, as it comes up on your screen, we have a crew from Wake Forest, Jonathan Evers, Joey Malloy from Loyola Marymount, who I hear right now getting a overwhelming wave of support from the LMU reporters on land. This is LMU's first time attending the regatta. Brian Muldoon out in front, Oscar Augustini from UC Santa Barbara, Lucas Root, and Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee University of the South. So Ryan Muldoon, really strong lead. Second place and third place are anybody's game right now. Right now, I think it is
They're gonna
that
have to make a move. So
crew.
2 crews that have moved out.
I think it's that crew from LMU, not quite. UCSB is in the second place spot right
and
now.
Wake Forest, Jonathan Evers
is pushing.
Third, yep.
Yeah, Muldoon, you can see him very, very strong out in front. The champion of the Dadville single this year, and Dadville's proclaiming themselves as the new National Collegiate Sculling Championships. So quite the accolade for Mr. Muldoon out of Clarkson.
Here at ACRA.
Yeah, they have something to say here. So in the red buoys for Brian Muldoon. On the tail is Joey Malloy Oscar Augustini from UCSB, followed by Jonathan Evers, and Benjamin Pollock still in the mix of it all as well.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, there's some overlap there. Looks like Jonathan Evers is moving up on Oscar, almost even, maybe actually a little bit ahead. And there's a tiny little bit of open water, but if either of those other crews, Lucas Root or Joey Malloy, wanna go, they got to go now.
They got to go now. And this is a really great shot from the drone, about as lined up on those buoys as you can see, right? That is Oscar passing through first, and Jonathan Evers passing through second as they fight for these top 3 spots. What is good, though, is that they've established, as by racing themselves so tightly, is top 3 move on to the A final. So
so we've made the right selection here.
We've made the right selection,
it's close, but we've been able to figure that out.
And although I believe Jonathan still has Joey Malloy hot on his tail, these 3 spots are almost wrapped up, because they're running out of real estate to make a move that's going to get them up and ahead into that 3rd place spot. So Ryan Muldoon with a commanding 7:49 time. We'll see what
Very
happens in
close
the
to
next.
UCSB.
Yeah.
In second, I think. See it pop up on your screen pretty soon. probably close enough that they're double checking it. Yeah, there's Oscar in second from UC Santa Barbara, and we should see Jonathan Ewers. Yep, there he is from
Great
Wake
work.
Forest in third. So those three move on to the A final to be able to compete for the national championship in the single. A larger field here than the Dad Vale, not to cast aspersions, and from all over the country in this event as well.
There you go, and here are times. Unofficial still, just because they need to double check, but the margins should be clear. Ryan Muldoon, Oscar Agostini, Jonathan Evers moving to the A final. Joey Malloy, great effort, 2 seconds off of the crew from Wake Forest. Just really, really good work there. But he'll be fighting in the B final. B finals tomorrow for the singles, I imagine, right? AB final for everything tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah, so leaving our grand and our petite final for the ultimate day of the regatta.
And you can see now there's our little point out there just before 700 meters in the AB semifinal 2. Lane 1, Josh Grabinski from New St. Andrews. Lane 2, Torsai Kiernan from Chicago. Lane 3, Braden Lalou from St. Thomas. Lane 4, Ethan Penny from High Point. Lane 5, Maxwell Deutgen from George Mason. And Lane 6, Samuel Malton from Michigan State.
Yeah.
And again, you have we have two scullers here, I think, of the class of the field. We saw Ryan earlier, and here we're going to see Ethan Penny from High Point, I think, also out in front. But with Maxwell Deutgen from George Mason, maybe a little bit closer to the second place, to the first place crew. The longtime coach at George Mason, Bob Spousta, is a highly awarded sculler, and I can't imagine he hasn't been doing some work here with Maxwell to make sure that he's going. Looking out over top here, we have Ethan out in front. He's in a nice Italian single. Again, you can see the rear-mounted riggers that they were being talked about, again, driving the force vectors into the boat rather than trying to pull them along. Sort of really what happens and why that change has been made with the best boats. It's a fairly elite boat there, skinny,
for sure,
Italian, and sleek. So, you know.
Absolutely, yeah. All eyes are going to be on Ethan Penny here, the leader out of High Point University, the defending national champion, and one who's dabbled in the elite camps here, potentially going for an international career. So really proud to see him representing just club rowing on the national scale. So
and in the last 500, he's opened up.
Yes, absolutely.
More. Playing with his speed a little bit, tuning up a little bit. You can't come out here and get sluggish. You got to keep it from getting muddy in your rowing. You want to keep things crisp. So he's got to go hard enough that it does that. But also, clearly sort of a nice tech row here. This is George Mason, I believe.
And then Lalou from St. Thomas, also a really great row. I really liked how he approached the racing yesterday. Solid strokes all the way through. He's coming and holding on to that third spot
place,
and open water on the cruise, fighting for fourth and fifth. So I think he's just going to keep an eye on that. I'm sure he's going to keep an eye over his shoulder for where Maxwell Dwelkin, maybe where Ethan Penny is, although I don't think he's going to crane his neck all the way around to look for that. Just making sure that his competition, if in his peripheral, he's going to keep on him and make sure that these last three crews don't gain anything on him.
Yeah, and at this point, they're all each in their own sort of bubble, which, for singles is sort of normal. You often go out, you may even be the only person out there doing your work, or you separate from who you are fairly quickly. It's really a gift when a lot of single scullers with the ability to stay together can come and train as a group. But they spend a lot of time in this exact situation. A crew 20 meters behind you, some guy 20 meters in front of you, and you've learned how to do this. So they just go into that automatic sort of space. Again, very nice there. Of Ethan Penny from High Point University. I know that's St. Thomas. I'm sorry. That's Braden Lalou from St. Thomas there, all the purple. I'm on that arm. Is that that's a
I think a whoop
metric band?
I think it's a whoop metric band. measure your rest out after this. Well earned. So they're approaching the red buoys. They're right on them right now. Ethan Penny's still holding on. I think picking it up a click to sprint out and try and put down the fastest time in this event. And we'll see if he can, which side of Ryan Muldoon's time he ends up
What
on.
did Ryan pull in that?
I believe it's 7:49, maybe 7:15, 7:49. So sub 8 is great, sub 7:50 is great. We'll see where Ethan stacks up against that. I'm sure they'll be excited to see each other tomorrow.
Right now, 7:52, 7:53.
Okay.
He looked like he took it down.
Yeah, so the two of them know that they're here. They know the other one's here. So, and there's no way also that Ethan knew what the
No,
finish
he
time
didn't
was
know.
because he started racing before the other race he
But
finished.
he's only 5 seconds off, and he kind of shifted down, whereas I know Ryan's stroke stayed long, strong, and on the attack. So, love that. And I believe we're going to see Maxwell Dwelkin following through, followed by Braden Leloup in just a moment here.
Going into the A final there.
Going into the A final, and they'll be followed by Samuel Mallon, Torsai Kiernan from Chicago, and Josh Grabinski from New St. Andrews, our Idaho representation.
I love that name, Torsai. That's great.
Yeah, good strokes there from our crew from Michigan State. They really came through with a lot of boats this year. I think a lot more time in the 8s than I saw last year, and really great showing in the 4 in the quad. So a lot of good sculling
Very
out of there
strong
in
freshman
East
this
Lansing.
year.
Yes.
So something to build off of. And Samuel Mallon is the 6th place finisher. There's the complete AB semifinal. So Ethan, Maxwell, and Braden moving on to the grand final, the A final. Torsai, Josh, and Samuel moving to the B final, which will be tomorrow. And the referee holding up a white flag means everything was clean, and the race is official. The athletes have an opportunity if something goes wrong in the race to raise their hand and protest on the water, and the referee has a responsibility to make sure that that's not happening before that they raise that white flag.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But here we are on to our next set of AB semifinals in the women's double, and this is semifinal number 1 in lane 1. Pittsburgh, lane 2, Vanderbilt, lane 3, Swanee, lane 4, Gordon College, lane 5, Lafayette, and lane 6, Wichita State. Again, these should be seeded through the results earlier. Looks like we do have a double significantly out, which would be Gordon College, and we saw yesterday that those two women sculling absolutely gorgeously.
Yeah, Gordon's been showing up really great small boat crews, doubles, pairs, quads, singles, so it's no surprise here that they are trying to set the standard for the field.
And just sitting up there, you can see a little bit of tape on the bow woman's arm. Those arms you can see taking and wrists taking an awful lot of the load, as it's more like a sort of a suspension cable. It's not like you're sitting there and trying to do a pull-up so much at the beginning. You're just trying to hang at the bottom of your pull-up bar while you're driving the legs. Mixed metaphor there of the body, but still. You can see these putting the blade in, and very nicely the legs are moving the handle. And you can see from here that they're significantly out in front as they're coming to about 12:50.
Yeah, for sure. Textbook sculling out of that Gordon College crew. You mentioned Coach Hopkins, a lot of experience in the small boats, and all of that class just translated to this crew here. Well out in front, textbook sculling translated to speed. And it's going to be a battle for the final 2 spots into the A final as well. Look at that battle. Looks like that might be the Lafayette College crew.
I think that's
Donatelli
correct.
and Schreiber out of lane 5, currently in 2nd place, just ahead of the is that Swanee? Yep.
And then you can see further back there Vanderbilt and then Pittsburgh in that same shot. But right now it seems like Lafayette and Swanee moving, and that's
Yep.
following the seed out of yesterday's.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. Lafayette, another one of the programs that's been good in bringing out good small boats. Lafayette College out of Easton, Pennsylvania. Easton, Pennsylvania. Really strong
which
take
is
here.
Of Eastwick, not which is of Easton.
It is not. It is
Okay.
no. Really great take there on the strokes. Very front end dominant crew here, giving it good send through, swinging out, pulling their hands away just a little bit shy of the body, so that the force pops off and transfers through, and they're not hanging around the back end too long. I think that crew's developed to make sure that their stroke rate can stay up, to stay aggressive and on it. And that is the crew from.
I believe that's Lafayette with
Lafayette, and then that should be the crew from Swanee on their tail.
Miscalled that color. It's a wine red sort of.
For Lafayette,
uses,
and then a purple for Swanee. All crews are in the last 500. So what I see right now is that the shell out of Pittsburgh, Gray and Kleckner, are picking it up. I can hear, I think, one of the bow rower trying to call out, it's time to go.
Urge your teammates.
Yeah, it is time to go. The stroke rate has come up. The oars are attacking the water a little bit more. Let's see what they have left in the tank to go after this piece. I think spot number 2 is spoken for, but spot number 3 ain't too late.
No, there's still a good 350 meters. They're not in the red buoys yet. So again, you can see that crew from Wichita State picking up their cadence and moving. Well, we can see you're seeing a different crew on top there on your site. I think that's Swanee, also with some ecclesiastical purple. Swanee was an Episcopal school. It may still be, I don't know, but there is a tradition when you leave that campus and drive through an arch of grabbing an angel to take with you as
how
you
nice.
go. So hopefully the angel is sitting with them as they're trying to get into this top 3. So Gordon College 8:02. That's
great time. Great pace.
Yeah, that's just fast for a double. At the college level on the women's side.
Nicely done. Lafayette charging in to the end of their race.
And it's going to be a while. You'll see quite a margin of victory here. You can see crew there, sort of the near crew. I believe that is Lafayette, really trying to push quite hard. You can see a lot of energy on there. It's moving. It's working. They could be a little tighter maybe in their work. Second place coming across the line, and there was Lafayette. Third should be Swanee, as they'll post it. Yeah. And then very close, 4th and 5th. They'll just come back
Great
and
race.
see each other in the B final.
Great race there. I believe that is Vanderbilt, and then the crew out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, and then they'll be wrapping up that round with the Wichita
College
State squad.
Nearly a minute.
Yes.
Nearly a minute ahead of second place. So that's fairly dominant. And you know that they probably have not uncorked everything yet.
Uncorked, yeah. I think they're waiting for the A final when it really, really counts. Next races on the course. This is semifinal number 2 for the women's double. This is, again, top 3 go to the grand final. The remaining crews go to the B final, petite final. From the near shore to us, to the far shore, is lane 6 through 1. So we're going to be looking at URI from Rhode Island, Luongo and Wyman. Washington State, Rojo, Yatsko, and Ryan. Michigan State, Davis and Van E. Oregon, Headley and Metcalf. Chicago's Barboriak and Wren. And then in lane 1 on the far side of the race course, Arnold and Klingler from Nebraska, Lincoln. Right now, looks like it should be lanes 4 and 5, I believe, up in the lead. Meaning the teams from Michigan State and Washington State are up and at it. They're coming into our line of sight pretty soon. Drones are picking them up and going, but a lot of white on the blade, so just a little bit hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, and look how close that race is right there. And they're both going to qualify, but you get to be next to another crew. You're going to be working to maximize each stroke. It actually is a great opportunity to sort of refine and learn. Again, my sort of image of these semifinals is, you're doing the last few stitches to try and knit your garment together, knit your quilt
Right.
together, that you're going to come out and then.
And I called it
unveil the
wrong.
final.
It is Michigan State on the left side of that, and then it is that crew from Oregon who also had a great commanding piece on the water yesterday. So interesting to see that Michigan State crew is pushing on them, trying to get up in that margin and actually assert themselves to be the top crew in the semifinal. Really impressive. That Oregon State crew, a really unique color green in their Vespoli double, eye-popping, stood out.
And now the moving image back to you, they're right in front of our eyes, so we can see it. And it's Michigan State just having moved their bow out in front of Headley and Metcalf from Oregon. And again, this is just, a battle of inches, but now it looks like Davis and Van E from Michigan State are sort of opening up a little bit here. You remember that was side to side, and now they're bow to stern. This is the Cincinnati crew you were seeing from up top, but back to this sort of battle for first and second. Very, very, very nice move there by Michigan State. Again, just to sort of over about 20 or 30 strokes, and I don't think it was necessarily a 20 that they called, maybe, but it's just you could see that they were looking for a little bit more push every stroke.
Absolutely.
As they were next to it.
And then Wash State is in that third place spot, and the distance these three crews have established on the rest of the field is incredible. It's remarkable. Where are we at in the time right now, Charlie?
6.5 minutes.
6.5 minutes, and all these crews are in their last 500, especially those first two crews. It'll be really interesting to see if any of them can hold a candle to Gordon's time, in which Gordon was way ahead of the field. And although none of the crews here have broken out singularly, all three of them have pushed so far ahead of the pack that I wonder if
there's still a good minute and 15 minutes.
Sure, but I wonder
crews to go, which will put them 20-30 seconds behind.
Okay, yeah, but they're gonna be close together and better for it, right? Using this race to pry open a little bit more speed.
They come back and know that they're in a hunt for medals this afternoon by having put down this race, and sometimes the other crew is just faster, and there's nothing you can do about it. I think it's one of the big lessons that we end up having to teach young people is that they'll come off the water and they're not excited because they finished second. Like, well, did you do your best today? Yeah, we did. Okay, then be happy with it.
Yeah, I've talked to athletes about an erg piece like a 6K, and it's like, all right, what's your goal? My goal is, and we had three things. What's your goal? My goal is to hit this score. My goal is to do this with my technique, right? Don't shrug my shoulders. And my goal is to beat teammate B, right? And it's great. Okay, we got the whole room to say that. Awesome. Okay, so what if you have your best piece you've ever had, best personal record, and you have your technical goal,
and teammate B beats you,
and teammate B has the best workout of their life, and they overdo it, and they beat you by 10 seconds. What do you expect? Does that mean your workout did not go well? No, your workout went really well. Your race piece went really well.
Davis and Van E put down an 8-minute piece.
That's what I'm saying, right? They put down a really close piece, so that is contending with that Gordon crew. I don't think it's all written yet.
Headley and Metcalf at 8:06. You never know what's going to come back this afternoon.
You never know.
There was a faster end of that race than I thought there was.
Maybe they have the live stream in their boat with them, and they heard you, and they use that for extra speed.
To have electronics
they're not supposed to. But I always found a little
electronics that communicate. But so is the video feed a communication?
Maybe not. But I always found a little spite make me a little faster.
Something critical that gave them a little bit of
maybe
unintentional coaching.
Told them that. If you are just joining us just 5 minutes before the top of the hour, thank you for joining the ACRA National Championship live stream. We're live at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Melton Lake at Oak Ridge Rowing Association. Who do we got here?
Stream given you by whom?
Here Now.
Well, here now is the results, and the stream company is it's Quiz.
Rowing Mavens.
There you go, Rowing Mavens. Exactly.
the mother company of Here Now.
Here
Who do we have here?
This is Charlie Sullivan.
Eddie Moog.
Announcement.
And I'm Christian Yu.
He's the new kid on the block.
So thanks for joining us today. If you missed this morning's racing, you can just rewind in the stream to find out the results or watch the race of the people you came to see. We are moving on to pairs, I believe. No, men's doubles, the last sculling event for a little while. Also a semifinal, looking for A, B, and C final placement. So this will be top 2. Move to the A final. The next 2 move to the B final, and the remaining crews move to the C final. We are, I think, first
Again,
race of the day, 7 lanes across.
Just a larger event, right? So more entries in the men's double than the women's double. There are, as we talked about earlier, there are
Larger than Dadville?
I'm assuming so, and perhaps Christian will go look and tell us how many men's doubles there were who raced at the Dadvale. We have therefore a selection here of 2 because there are just more doubles there. More men rowing at ACRA because there are more varsity women's opportunities, and many of the men's programs here from universities where their women's programs are varsity programs. The Michigan women racing at the Big Ten championships this morning. Ohio State's women, although they also have a club program, etc. So fewer programs come co-ed here. Not every program comes co-ed here, is I guess the way that we should say it, with both a men's and a women's squad.
17 at Vales, 31 here.
17 at Vales,
Interesting.
31 here. It's almost like, I don't know, 100% more. Something like that.
Huh.
So
let's talk about who's on the course representing these all these events here. We have on the left side of your screen to the right, this will be the Jaguars rowing out of Indianapolis, Johnson and Davis, Vermont crew. Oh, I have it backwards. Starting from left to right. Virginia Rowing Association, Kelly and Schmidt. Moore and Chambers from Michigan State. Avis and Wiles from Virginia Commonwealth University. Phillips and Neistat from Chicago. Lewis and Urch from Auburn. And then the crew from Vermont. And then Johnson and Davis from Jaguars rowing out of Indianapolis. And I'm seeing lanes. I believe that is lanes 2. Now 3 and 4 up in the lead right now. Perhaps that's 2 and 3.
no, it's let's see. I believe that is 2 and 4.
2 and 4 Chicago and 2 and 4 Chicago and Vermont up in front of the pack.
It's sort of hard. I don't see 7 crews out here.
I don't know. Well, is that a
1,
Virginia
2,
crew?
I see 6, and there's 7 on the list. So.
You know what? That Virginia crew.
That Virginia crew is in lane 6.
They
not
would
in
be
lane, they're in
okay.
lane 7.
They'd be nearest
1,
us,
2,
but
3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing 1 crew out there.
let's focus on
Sorry
who we
for the
do have.
confusion.
Chicago and Vermont setting the pace for this event, trying to notch those top 2 spots to make it to the grand final, their grand final appearance for the afternoon. And a good amount of open water that I think they're going to earn those 2 spots, and they're going to fight to see which of them earns the top seed. It does benefit to have a better seed going into your final race. The water's just a little bit better in the middle. That is where the crews.
Well, you can see where everybody is.
You can
more
see where
easily.
everybody is. So
Outside flyer on the other side.
hoping
It's
to
insane.
give themselves the best chance for their A final tomorrow.
Apologies that the images have sort of gummed up a little bit, and they're far enough away from us that it's hard to call the race at this point.
Still a little bit of sun in our eyes. So those first 2 crews, they're in their last 200 to 300 meters.
Whoever
around
they may be.
7 minutes on the pace, so hopefully they're going to swing in around just under 8 minutes in these events.
Yeah, I'm only seeing 6 crews of 7, so we must have a did not start in there. And across the line first, we'll let you know when we know.
But moving through, really great pace. These guys are opening up the semifinals for their event, so they're going to see what they want to have the statement time be for the semifinal event and put on paper who is, they think, the fastest crew. Auburn coming up over VCU. Really well done.
Yeah.
All right, I had that wrong. I was calling them Virginia, Vermont, and Michigan State. So
Virginia
Lewis
was
and
on the
Urch,
outside,
apologies to you. 7:31 on the course to start off the semifinals for this race. Virginia Commonwealth University, Avis and Wiles with the yellow blades. Michigan State following about 20 seconds behind Virginia, following 20 seconds behind Michigan State. So Auburn and Virginia Commonwealth headed to the A final. Michigan State, Virginia heading to the B final. Jaguars rowing heading to the C final of the event.
Five and six there, Jaguars, and Chicago's
the sixth crew.
That's the young eyes of young Christian that can see these things at great distance.
Great work. We're going to have coming up next, crews already on the course, is semifinal number 2 for the double. Top 2 go to the A final. This will be from lanes 1 to 6. Only 6 ones supposed to be in this event. That will be the far side of your screen to the near side. Ween and Lynn from Rice University, Bodie and Kelly from URI, Tucker and Sawyer from Colorado State, Johnson and Dwell from William & Mary, White and Marlin from Lafayette College, and Lawler and Puckhaber out of University of, I'd like to say Cincinnati. It's the C is cut off on mine, so we'll find out. It is Connecticut out of Stores.
There you go. Again, we can't see them in person yet.
Yeah,
so
but it's looking a lot like the chevron. Looks like these middle lanes, either C State, William & Mary, or Lafayette, are going to be up in front of the pack here. Lafayette probably in a strong contention as a crew that brings a lot of fast, small boats here to these events.
It looks to me like there's still some competition there.
Absolutely. Nothing is far and away decided.
For second and third with, it was a red singlets, so Lafayette.
Likely Lafayette.
Lafayette and Colorado State with William & Mary out front.
Right.
Here we go back again with some
William & Mary pushing the pace here for the rest of the field. Great to see them. First college established in the States. The Tribe cruising through. They had a little bit of issue in their novice 4 earlier today, so I'm happy to see that these athletes are making their way down the course and in a really solid fashion. From what I see, just a good attack off the front end of the stroke. A little quick squeeze out of the bow, hands right back out, using a really up and up stroke rate to establish this pace ahead of the field. Close enough behind them, no overlap. Close enough behind them should be the crew from Lafayette and Colorado State who are fighting to earn that second spot.
Flat water, as you can see, but we're starting to get a wind, a sort of cross,
just a little cross,
tail cross, or maybe slight head cross. I think it actually shifts a little bit.
That's just going to be, on entry of the blade, is that messing around with your handle, messing around with your oarlock at all. But nothing enough to, I think, affect the speed overall of the shells down the course.
Yeah,
so
Lafayette putting a nice move here to separate themselves, I believe, and give themselves a nice, strong second-place position over Colorado State. But the Colorado State guys are very smooth and working nicely. Both of those crews going to efficiency, and they're pressing William & Mary now in Lafayette.
Yeah, less than half a boat length separating Lafayette from that William & Mary crew. Less than half a boat length, not even separating Colorado State from Lafayette. So that one's going to go down to the wire.
Only 2 get to go through.
William & Mary's hoping that they make it through all the real estate before Lafayette continues this move, or they're hoping that it's a 10, a 20, something that Lafayette might fade off of. But if they have to go deep into the well, if they have to open up another gear, I think they're ready to do it. All of them going stroke for stroke. I think all at the same stroke rate, somewhere around 34, 35. Second half of the field. Fourth spot is not decided yet. I believe that is
looks like Lawler and Puckhaber.
The Connecticut crew in the fourth spot right now, but not decided yet. The URI Rams are still in contention for that fourth place spot.
And that, again, is a selection spot between the B final and the C final. So it's actually sort of great that we have 2 little mini races within a larger race that have an effect on where they get to go. So the guys are going to lay it out there to get where they can, and try and get the finish. Because at this point, that's your goal, right? It's clear, okay, I'm not making the A final, but let me get the B final. Or it's, it's clear up in the lead crew, we might take the A final, but there's still some racing. In fact, it looks to me over there like we will see that Colorado State has moved back up into and maybe past Lafayette.
Maybe past Lafayette. They're going
That's right
stroke
there.
for stroke,
It's
bow
right
balls
there.
trading sides. This is going to be really tight. Oh, yeah, a little bit more separation from Colorado State here. Just getting through the buoys a little bit earlier than the Lafayette College crew, and the lead crew from William & Mary
Yep,
is
there
holding
you
their
go. So
own
that was quite a
across
nice
the
little move
line.
there.
And
And
I
you see
believe
the bow rower just laying down in the boat saying,
emptying
oh my
it out.
God.
And I think that is the Colorado State Rams, 3 seconds behind William & Mary. So yeah, they really
So
caught them.
they did some closing in that last 300 or 400
And
meters,
really
but they had
impressive.
to sprint for
So
it,
here's
for
the
sure.
thing: all 3 of those top finishes were faster than the top finish from the semifinal one. Can't exactly compare times, right? When it's a little bit of a crosswind, some difference in condition. But what we love to see is that when the race is really tight, it just pushes all those crews to go faster because every stroke counts, every inch counts. They don't want to let up on it at all. So you know that Lafayette moving to their petite final. I got to know that some athletes are going to be a little roughed up about that. I think they had a great row, hopefully nothing that they regret, but looking at it, they're like, oh man, we were faster than everybody in that other semifinal, maybe everybody in the semifinal coming up. What if? So I think they're going to take that and they're going to try and prove it in that B final to say that, yeah, we're the fastest B final crew. Honestly, we would have, if you would have, anything would have shaken our way a little bit more, we would have gotten medals in the grand final. So great work out of all those crews. All 6 are across the line. Wayne and Lynn rounding out semifinal number 2. So semifinal number 3, the last of the men's doubles, last sculling event of the morning, I believe. Well,
So
small boat.
7:17, without really comparing the times, let's compare the times.
Yeah.
Where
You
were we
shouldn't
in
do
the
it,
first
but
one?
but it's you can't compare them. But 15-second difference
15-second difference.
is
And it's been getting windy
not
increasingly.
because the wind stopped for one crew. There's no flow on this
Yeah.
lake that would change, unlike some certain
But
places
there
up in
was
New
a lot
England.
more racing happening right
Yes.
behind them. So
Yes.
you find that little bit more just to make sure you're staying out in front.
So
And indeed, Tucker and Sawyer from Colorado State racing quite hard to come through and claim that spot in the A final.
Yeah, the thing about Oak Ridge, having raced here for many, many years now, that's one thing that's really unique about this race course is that the wind shifts so dramatically from race to race that, like you guys have been saying, you can't really compare the times, even though they've just raced, 6 minutes apart, right?
Yeah.
The wind is it swirls here like I don't think I've ever seen in any other race course. So it's very unpredictable. That it changes all the time. Right now, just off the shore, the wind is pushing out towards the lake, but on the water, the wind is coming towards us. So it's
Yeah.
very unpredictable, and it's quite difficult to negotiate and see how times compare because in the end, the only way to truly compare boats is if you face them up against one another, see who crosses the line first. That's really the only true way to place these crews.
So we're seeing lining up in your image on there the women's pair AB semifinal, and perhaps something's happened in that third semifinal in the men's double. I don't see them on the course. They may have had some breakage that they have to fix, and so it looks to me like we'll be getting the women's pair, which doesn't start until 10:12, which is 3 minutes from now. And the rule there again, after you have to be locked on to that starting platform with 2 minutes to go, and
ready to go. Yeah, anytime
the athletes have the right to their time until 2 minutes.
Right.
And then after 2 minutes, the referee can say, "We're all here. Let's go."
Let's go.
So at 2 minutes, you have to be locked on and ready to race because the referee has that. There's still the process of alignment happening from the side. You can't really see. If you'll remember yesterday when we did the singles, there was absolutely no tail on the bottom side of that. With the doubles, they've retracted those arms as fingers a little bit. By the time if you get them for the 8s later, you'll see they're completely back against the starting platform.
Completely,
so that
yeah.
So that all the bow balls are on the same starting line for everything. So that takes some process here. You also can see just from that water that it's fairly shallow up in that starting area. That is the mud off the bottom of the lake that's just been stirred up by all these starts, and we have a start that's off in this pair at 10:11. So a minute early, but
Nicely done.
Absolutely within, or it looks like we have almost a collision there.
Hopefully we can get this race up and running.
Hopefully the race can get up and going, and the referees won't stop it. If there's not an actual collision, then you do that. Now they're still in the first 100 meters, so a crew could choose to stop. But if they were at fault, they probably wouldn't. And so what we have in this AB semifinal, lane 1, Pittsburgh, Callahan, and Neidert. Lane 2, Mosier from Cincinnati. Lane 3, Sponagel and Tomaszewski from Michigan State. Lane 4, Gordon College. They looked pretty good yesterday, if I remember correctly. Lane 5, Jefferson and Becker from Swanee. And lane 6, Sara and Rodin from Wash U. It looks like everyone's settled in and is racing. There was a little bit of steering interestingness there in the pair. If you try and take off and you don't absolutely match your power.
Oh yeah, right. One person the double, you can hide that a little more, where you can fix it in 1 or 2 strokes. The pair, I mean, for the most part, you can't even boat somebody in bow seat of the pair if they're stronger on the erg than their teammate, 'cause then the boat just turns. So a lot of planning that has to go on here. Looks like that Gordon crew is up ahead early, similar to their compatriots in the double. So really great start to the race here.
They're not out there alone.
No, not alone
at all. In fact, it looks like Wash U is up with them even in those first 2 spots. Now this goes back to 2 semifinals, right? So 3 get to qualify.
3
and
qualify,
we have 4
correct.
boats sort of up in, as we're about 2 minutes, probably 500 meters or so into the race, just coming to the first 500. And now you can see Gordon slowly inching out a little bit. It's possible that Wash U crew sort of threw a very assertive start to get themselves out. And also, interestingly, we have Pittsburgh, Callahan and Neidert on the far side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry, I misread something. So they're actually those 2 are back already. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, and you have.
But I think it's that Michigan State crew that's up, holding on to everybody else.
On the right, it's Wash U.
And then on the left, Michigan State.
Gotcha. Yes. So Michigan State and Gordon College sitting there where you would expect them to be, given that this is seeded off of the results of
heats yesterday,
right?
But Wash U thrown in a surprise, and maybe they didn't like what they did in their race to start off yesterday.
Something didn't work for them yesterday.
Maybe they rigged something a little bit different, and they came and they said, we're on the attack. So
there you go.
Good amount of steering, having to put in the effort here. Not a straight course down the lane for everybody here. A little bit of that is the wind affecting what was very nice water for their row yesterday. Hopefully Michigan State can get a little bit more straight and narrow shot down here, because Gordon College is going to use that and walk up and away. And as soon as they get separation, I think they're going to keep that separation on the field. So I think they're hungry to establish that as soon as they can.
Yeah, Wash U's staying in there. I mean,
yeah,
they're actually going stroke for stroke
no
there.
Slaps to them.
It's been more than a couple of minutes.
It's almost halfway through the course. It's 4 minutes
4 minutes in. So it's not like that's fake speed somehow.
Certainly not, no.
What we mean by fake speed is you can throw a very fast start and then not have the base to back that up.
Yeah.
Not to be able to keep moving. This is real speed. You win or lose races in your base speed. And if the base speed is even between the 2 crews, then it comes down to who threw a better start, who sprints better. But if they're the same basic speed going down the course, it's going to be who's more efficient relative to their body weight.
Absolutely. Good rig in that Hudson Shell from Michigan State. good shot up top from my point of view. Yep, of the Gordon College crew. Long, strong.
It's very colorful there.
Yeah. Big red and yellow shell with the bright blue oars. Gordon College out of Massachusetts, a little bit north shore up of the metro areas, Wenham, Massachusetts. Small school, strong rowing.
And
They've
you
done
can
well at the
see
Dadvilles.
You can see the wind coming there. It's pushing off
Marbling
of
the
port
water.
side, the port side and the bow. So they're having to account for that as well. And you can still see WashU. The top three who will go through are established right now.
Yeah, and Michigan State's trying to walk back in and be a serious part of the conversation, not letting anyone establish themselves. Oh yeah, you're a small boats crew. Well, we got Big Ten speed here. So as they're coming in our line of sight, that's around 12:50, a little bit past. Just great rowing from all crews in this semifinal. I really love to see the pairs at the collegiate level. It's such a technical, skillful boat, and everyone here is putting out a row that is just deserving of a really unique shell. Coming up about 1,400 meters into the race, and Gordon, Michigan State going stroke for stroke on their rate together. WashU beat under maybe, but long through the water. They are sending that shell out, holding onto that finish. The bow seat is really rendering it all the way around.
A little more aggressive
here,
a little more assertive. But that WashU crew is so long, and you can also tell I think they're taller athletes. And so they're using a different approach to getting the length and really pushing. It means as long as they know how to do it, they have a gear to find or two.
Yeah, so as they come through my line of sight, Gordon is still in the lead. I think WashU in a second over Michigan State, and I think WashU is going to open it up enough to try and contend for the first place finish in this boat. In this boat class,
like they're taking it up there. They've just come through the 1500.
The way they're accelerating that boat at relatively slower stroke rate than the two crews they're competing with, the way they're moving that, it is running. It is attacking. So if they have another gear, I think that is going to really surprise.
Efficient, right? If they go up and they lose efficiency, then not so much. They may actually be faster, a beat or two lower.
Right.
So they've got to play with that. If it were me, I'd be fine with Gordon just going. I've taken their measure. I know I can be out on them. I let them spend some money here because I'll come back in the final. But that's just a different maturity.
That's difference.
Different. Yeah, maybe your crew. You know what your crew needs. It does look like Gordon is eked out now up in front.
Good on him.
See from up on top, and we can see the third crew there. Michigan State having sort of pushed back up over WashU, or even also possibly WashU just spent a lot of energy staying up at front for that long.
Correct.
Gordon.
A little bit of extra steering going on in the WashU shell too, so that's also going to get in the way of their ability to stay on pace with Michigan State,
which
is
would point out
surging.
Maybe some lack of I don't know, like something like not matched the way it was
maybe
before.
something's not matching. Maybe it's that wind. So a lot of things to keep in consideration. Because right now it looks like Michigan State is getting through those buoys just a little bit ahead of WashU from this angle. Both of them trailing slightest bit of open water from Gordon to Michigan State. So I think certainly all three of those top spots are spoken for.
Yeah, and easily so, right? Here we come. Gordon across first.
Nicely
Michigan
done.
State second. And then after a very nice even leading performance, we have WashU coming in, Sarah and Rodan from Washington University.
I'll have a
in
think
St.
about
Louis.
that one.
Yeah, so again, that sort of gets to be the little bit of mental game that you have to play both with yourself and maybe with the other crew. But they'll all retool. They'll all come back. They'll all did some good stuff. They'll have some positives that they had to sort of build on, and I think we're going to see a great final because we have another race right before right at coming up for the second.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see the Virginia crew out of this one. They, like their friend in the single, put down a really great piece in their heat. They're past the 1K mark. They're on the course, coming down, I believe, in the lead.
I believe that's Nebraska-Lincoln.
Possibly Nebraska-Lincoln. So when it comes up on your screen, the near shore is going to be
Grand Valley,
going to be Florida State, and then Grand Valley, and then Nebraska-Lincoln, then Virginia, Georgia Tech, and Lafayette on the far shore over.
No. It is, it's lane. With Nebraska, I'm used to seeing a bright red.
Yeah, it's a difference.
Or is this the men's double?
This is the men's double. This is the men's double that we skipped over. Welcome back to the men's double.
Out in front.
That makes a lot of sense. Clarkson
it all makes
out
sense.
of Potsdam, New York. It's probably Coburn and Kiel from Sac State, Sacramento,
and then
nearby.
Sac State and Georgia close to each other. Remember, here in this men's double semifinal, only 2 get to go forward. So that's quite actually a critical race going there between Georgia and Sac State.
Great work by the Bulldogs from Georgia. The crew from Sac State had a really great showing at ACRA last year, and I believe the whole double is back together, so you got to assume that's a lot of time training together, and the dogs here are throwing down a piece that maybe is going to knock them down to a B final, right, and upend a year of training.
Yeah, well, but if you go out and it's like we were talking about earlier, you go out and you have your great race and the other crew is just slightly better, no shame in that at all.
No shame.
This is not a sport where you can do a lot to control your opponent.
But I also can't call it too early because Sac State does have the lead a little bit over there on that UGA crew. Liberty a little bit back on the speed behind them, and then fighting for that last spot, UMass and Middlebury out of the New England area. So Clarkson, really great race, looking a lot like their teammate Ryan Muldoon in the single. A lot of good sculling coming out of there. Clarkson coaches, great work on your rowers with 2 oars apiece. And we are not going to compare evenly the times from the one semifinal to the next, since there's been 12-15 minutes between. But excited to see what time together this Clarkson crew puts down with this commanding lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you can still see how tight the race is behind them from this top shot there. Although we've now sort of switched to the side shot. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. It does look to me from here, though, like we have Sac State having moved out up on Georgia to claim that second spot.
Yeah.
Very nice move. Again, and when we're seeing these moves, not as huge sprints, but just as picking up the pace in the last 600 or 700 meters, that's a really effective and mature way to row a race. And maybe it was a 10 that did it, but then they're having to continue it right through there. So it's not just the 10 that's in play. So we have Clarkson across in a 7:06.
Really well done. That's impressive.
Nicely out in front there. Cherniak and Dolcino.
Yep, tight fight still from the Sac State and the Georgia crews.
And by the time it's come to the finish here, we can see that they managed to move out.
Yeah,
on
they
Georgia
opened
fairly,
back up again,
fairly
and that's where that veteran approach to the double comes in. They spent a lot of time rowing together in the past 2 years, so glad to see that it works out for them headed to the final. But they're going to have to retool something if they want to catch up to that Clarkson speed and the speed of the William & Mary and Lafayette crews that they saw in the race earlier, Colorado State crews that they saw in the race earlier.
Smith from Georgia end up going to the B final along with Abbott and Meeker of Liberty. And then Middlebury,
edging out
Schwarting
UMass.
and Turner coming into 5th, going to the C final.
Great work. What we expect to see next is that women's pair semifinal number 2. That there is another race on the course, so I expect to catch up with them very soon, and we'll call that as soon as we see it on the stream and in the eyeballs. Wind is picking up a little bit, enough to say that it's worth, affecting. It's not going to affect the overall times, but it's going to affect these small shell crews.
We've had to weight down all our papers on the table.
Yeah, and there's just enough ripple where the technical expertise that you need to row these boats really well, just a little bit more challenging. Some bodies of water,
technical ability is magnified now.
Yeah, some bodies of water, they have bad water all the time. They never have a day of what we call glassy flat water, so they know how to handle it. Some places they have to manufacture wind and wake because there's never more than a ripple on the water. I know some crews who were taught to feather their oar, right? They take it out of the water, turn it back so that it's clear, making it a little easier to roll up the recovery. As if they're going over a grapefruit. They're like, we never have bad water, so I can't show you exactly what it means to get your oar stuck on the water. Virginia rowing being one of the areas, their former women's head coach on the D1 side, Kevin Sauer, teaches athletes, feather over a grapefruit, feather over a grapefruit. They would do that until they won a national championship in the early 2010s. In this
they
pair,
have a very protected set of
very
water
protected, beautiful set
Michigan,
of water.
25 years of coaching, I think we got blown off because of wind twice.
Yeah, which is
we'd be fogged out, or the water could be running, where we couldn't necessarily get all the way up to the top, but we never ever got blown off that way.
And here is that leading Virginia crew from the club women at Virginia. This is Freisinger and Anderson, and this is a lot of what I expected to see after yesterday's heat. Really dominant stroke, really long, powerful crew, and they're out ahead of the pack. Pretty sturdy, open water. Top three go to the grand final from this one, so they're just keeping an eye on everybody. I think they are going to throw it down. I think that's how Coach Frank Biller and his staff teach their athletes to go. There's really not a race where they should check out and tap it through. Maybe they don't have to, emotionally expend.
You can see them coming over the grapefruit there. I mean,
yeah,
that's
truly.
Exactly what you're talking about is instead of the blade going right to the water, there's enough space that they could get over a softball or grapefruit
something
not huge
debris
up into the sky, not a watermelon, not a pea.
Right. In that fight for second and third to the near shore, beside them, it should be the Nebraska Lincoln crew and the Grand Valley crew. And on the far shore away from them would be Georgia Tech and Lafayette. I think the fight for second and third is going to go to that Nebraska and that Grand Valley mini race. We are seeing that red we expect to see from the Cornhuskers at Nebraska Lincoln. Good power there. That crew is getting up. This angle that they're getting at the catch, they are able to lean on it, and they're
just hang.
Yeah. I think it's slapping the water a little bit, but again, that's the magnification of a little bit of breeze, a little bit of ripple on the water, where they're just hoping to get that water in. And there's this feeling, right, when your oar gets in the water, this feeling where you it's not in your hands, it's not in your shoulders. Hopefully it's out beside and behind you, out on the blade, and they're looking to be like,
you're just hanging on the
I
lever.
need that to lock in so I can press off of something. So I think they're just trying to establish that and really good angle that they're unfolding with a lot of power transfer from the hips.
Absolutely.
Grand Valley, I think rowing a little cleaner, smoother, but a beat or two higher above that Nebraska Lincoln crew. I don't know if they'll have another gear to go up from this. I don't know if they'll need to try for it since they have wide open water, about 3 pair lengths, but three pair lengths between them
to go through,
and the Georgia Tech crew.
Handle it.
The way they're rowing, I think they want to be even with the Nebraska Lincoln crew by the end of this race.
The bow woman is clearly sort of. I was just about to make the comment about how good the technique is getting in these ACRA pairs.
Yes.
And I believe that's completely true. But now you look at the bow woman, I think that we're seeing her open that body, trying to sort of will the boat forward.
Manufacture something, yeah.
And instead of staying forward and hanging on that length, which is working so nicely for Nebraska's, for UNL's rowing.
Yeah, great overhead shot there of that Virginia crew. Really awesome to see with that marbling, rippling water, and they are just surging through it. Long, strong, steady. Excited to see what time they put down on the course. Again, I can't compare it exactly to the Gordon College crew because it's been about 12 minutes between their race, that first race and the next one, but excited to see what this crew does.
Yeah, and just enough wind here for it to be a pain.
Right.
It doesn't really stop anything, but you're now having to factor in one more thing that maybe you didn't have to factor in at the start. It's not uncommon to have a crew come in and says, well, it was fine, and then we hit X point and the wind shifted. There's some courses where you might have, say, an opening on the side of the course, and that's an opening for wind to come through.
Yeah, definitely. We're
So
mostly protected here. I'd
it's
say maybe
very
around that
protected.
750 mark where
There's
the
that
trees
little bit of
pop
tree growth.
around. Maybe in the lagoon entrance where crews coming from the launch land area. But not.
Not
What's
on a day like
what
today.
what race course am I thinking of where it's like there is a spot where it's like and boom. You're open. Maybe
Georgia, there is one
Lake
when
Lanier,
you
yep.
come across Lake Lanier in that first 500, and I think a little bit at Princeton,
Yeah.
the college course. but the
Mercer, it's
course.
just wind all the way down to the point where IRA crews. I can think of the 2017 or 18 IRA crews. Is supposed to. Boats full of Olympians and would-be Olympians get down to the start, and it's like it's too windy to row. We have to cancel the rest of the day, right? That's.
Well, when your crews raced there earlier this year, it moved to floating start.
Not this year. 2 years ago, yeah, same thing. With some high-end junior rowing, moved to
Where was
1K floating starts. It was Camden, Cooper River, where
River,
that
this
happened.
one you had that and their Cooper River, there's no opening. It's 7 lanes.
Yeah, it was just a head-on win, but it's
Yeah.
funny the way that we can't track it so much to the point where we control it, but very strong trends this weekend down here. It's been really beautiful. A little bit of storming the last few years. The New England Northeast region, wind and rain around this weekend, high flow, some junior racing canceled. I think a lot of the league championships on the NCAA women's side holding on to hold their races, but you can kind of expect, right? Second weekend of May, it's going to be rainy, it's going to be windy. Hopefully this weekend for ACRA is always going to hold off as a nice weekend.
The Eastern Sprints tomorrow for the men, heavy and lightweight out of the Eastern Sprint League. There's a lot of jawing
About the wind
on the boards, and it's like, what's different? Come on, it's just the way that course works.
It's Worcester. It's always been windy. It'll always be windy. It's
not Windianapolis, but
No, it's not. It's not Indy yet. So we got the men's pair back on the course. This is the semifinal. Oh no, this is the first semifinal for the men's pair. Top 3 moved to grand final. Next 4 moved to the petite final. What we're seeing is a really good look from the Southern California crew, and to their near side, prominent on the screen, Vanderbilt out of Nashville, Tennessee, the other side of the state. WashU is up in the pack as well. They've had a lot of really good sculling shells this week. Crews not on the screen at the moment. Chattanooga State, Kansas State, and Virginia Commonwealth. Don't have the names on those crews from the guys in the Vanderbilt crew leading the pack right now. It is Lee and Kasiki from the USC crew out of, what is that, Pasadena?
The port of Los Angeles.
Port of Los Angeles.
Pola. Fascinating place to go race and train.
But great pickup.
Crews, man, going,
absolutely.
Going.
And actually, I have it wrong. That Vandy crew is a little bit back. It is that WashU crew up and ahead of the Southern Cal crew. I think Southern Cal, this is 2 of their top guys. They have a varsity 4 this weekend as they're in the first year with a new head coach. WashU out of St. Louis typically does have small boats. They've moved away from the 8s and have been 4s pairs on the men's and women's side. But just a great attack here. Long,
Some
smooth.
Gorgeous patience in the WashU crew coming into the catch. They're going up, and just when you the other crew is popping in and sort of almost jumping, they're just staying nice and long in that last half of the recovery. Their blades are going in directly and quickly, but there's less.
Yeah, they're getting that grip in the water.
Yeah.
Early, and they're not forcing it. I said it about some crews earlier. Although I'm loving a lot of the rowing I'm seeing, sometimes you force that oar in and it goes in a little too deep because you're trying to find that lock,
or a little too short,
or you're trying to force this power out against a river, which isn't trying to stop you. It's just there. So the oar goes in too deep, and you get stuck putting all this force on in a way that doesn't actually suspend and push the boat back to the bow, but kind of gets you stuck in the middle.
Now, Eddie,
and you
remember we had those predator logs out here yesterday. The water was definitely trying to get.
Sure. Well, things in the water. So WashU still holding on to that lead over the Southern Cal crew. In the second flight of this race, it is the Vanderbilt crew, and that would be the Florida State crew.
That's still a great race out there.
Looking for third place, seeing who's going to go to their grand final. A little bit off the speed is Lafayette, and a little bit off the speed is the Laker Navy out of Grand Valley.
And those lead two crews, again, a question of style, right?
Sure.
Fitting body. You can even see from here that the WashU pair, they're just tall. And the USC pair is sitting shorter in the boat, probably because they are shorter, is my guess. So they're each racing to the style that works best for what they're doing from here.
Certainly.
Yeah,
and I just got it wrong. I was calling the crews from the women's pair. It was Chattanooga State, Kansas State fighting with Vanderbilt. VCU is the other crew in that pack. Sorry to everybody watching to get that mixed up.
So coming into the final here, you can see from over top, it does look like WashU has managed to sort of get a length up. Again, just a little more efficient, but a great race, and they'll both come back with a sense of what they want to do. Against then Southern Cal, Lee and Kazicki. Vanderbilt coming in third to go to the A final as well, so those three will go, but a good 10 seconds behind. And with Kansas State 2 seconds back, and that was the difference between going to the A final and going to the B final. Chattanooga State at 7:56, and then we'll have Virginia Commonwealth in 6th.
Great work by the Chattanooga State crew coming in that 5th place spot, going to the B final for this event, and then I believe rounding out will be the VCU club.
Yep. So we switch the papers to go into the second semifinal in the pair. This will be Lane 1, Michigan, Lane 2, George Mason, Lane 3, UMass, Lane 4, Georgia, Lane 5, Loyola Marymount out of Marina del Rey in Los Angeles, and Lane 6 at Sac State. Again, this LMU crew having lost their varsity status and coming to ACRA for the first time. Really glad to have them here with us. They train on the same water as UCLA.
Right.
They have a famous floating boathouse out there.
Float house, if you will. And it looks as if they're one of the leading crews right now. That might be Georgia actually in the red.
I think it's Sac State out in front with Georgia, and then
Michigan guys and
Michigan
UMass
sort of sitting in 4th. The three crews out in front, I think there's some good open there at this point. George Mason in 5th, and UMass
a little bit off the pace.
6th off the pace. So if the Michigan crew wants to get up there, they're going to have to go, because these other three crews are locked in a pretty
Yeah,
good battle here.
They're really in a heat. Top 3 to grand final, so they do need to open up a little bit more if they want to ensure that as they come through my eyes. I believe that is that lane 4 Georgia crew. Bulldogs leading the way, tightly contested by Loyola Marymount, tightly contested by Sacramento State's rowing club, and then separation before we get to Michigan, and then George Mason and UMass. So a final on the line here for those three guys, and then it is who gets the best lane remaining in that A final. So Yeah, you hear the crew. So everyone who's moving down the right side of your screen, moving the other direction, they're not lost. They're going down to the start. And what we can hear is their teammates in the 8s cheering on the guys that they have on the course. Is that
As
Michigan
they go
guys?
by. It's the Michigan guys.
Yeah,
they
it's Michigan.
They were going by the, I believe it's the second fresh.
Second novice 8.
Yelling
So they roll deep. What they do is in the sportsmanship is crews that are rolling down the start. They slow down, they stop, they make sure that the race course is as flat as they can be. Exactly. But they hoot and holler when they see their crews come through. The love for your teammates rolls deep. So Georgia opening up a little bit more speed on that. I believe the red buoys are starting to come into play. Loyola Marymount holding on as close as they can. Sacramento State trying to put one more Pacific area crew into the grand final.
Yeah, and Michigan just a little percentage off the base speed there. These are the guys below the 1V, the 2V, the 3V, the varsity 4, the light 4, and then there's the pair. So they are technically the 5th 8. They're guys from the 5V. In the varsity program, although in that small group, those crews have been selected for obviously lightweights but the varsity 4 are selected over the pair. A little bit of selection for who rows the pair better. Just trying to find the best whatever's, and they're sticking up with some of these crews who are the 5th and 6th guys off their program maybe.
Oh yeah, I can tell you the Georgia guys. These are Georgia's top 2 men's rowers, actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, I believe if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but
they selected
these 2. Yeah, this pair has been training together for quite a long time now, and it looks like that's paid off as they take the win in the second semifinal. The men's pair, they'll be joined in the A final by Loyola Marymount and Sac State. 3 boats very tightly contested, so a great race about to happen in the A final later on this weekend.
Yeah.
Michigan, George Mason, and UMass
so
will be headed to the B final.
So pretty good racing again here, and those 4 crews ahead of George Mason and then ahead of UMass will come back. So Michigan and the other 4th place finisher from the first heat will regroup and come back now with a goal of, let's go win. Let's actually go win our
7th
last race.
place, yeah.
Yeah.
It always feels good.
Points.
For sure. It always feels good to cross the line in first. It always feels good.
Those who stay will be champions. Those who stay will be champions. It's up in our boathouse.
It always feels good to cross the line in first, no matter what race, albeit, may not be a medal or a trophy on the line, but crossing the line first in any sort of capacity always feels good.
It is nice to finish your season feeling that you've really accomplished something, and one of the brilliances of this regatta is we take the finals all the way down the whatever. So by the time you get to the end of the regatta, it's not like, let's pick on the dad veil again. It's not like you've kicked half of your field out because you're trying to have, you just don't have a 3rd level race anymore. Some finals, they only have an A final. Eastern sprints, everyone races the second time. It's all sorted out so that you come back and race again, et cetera, et cetera. But it looks like we have the next race coming up, the women's novice 4 AB semifinal.
Yep, we're keeping up the sweep. It is novice 4 semifinals on the course. We saw the DE semifinals, CD semifinals earlier today. These crews are trying to figure out who is putting themselves in the grand final at their first appearance at ACRA. So in semifinal 1, top 3 are going to advance to the grand final. From the left to the right side of your screen, you have Ohio State, Purdue, Long Beach State, FIT, URI, Michigan State, and Oklahoma State. And to no surprise to me, the Florida Institute of Technology crew is out ahead of the field. Long and strong, they are the reigning champions of this event. Fighting for that second spot, it looks like that is going to be Long Beach in the second, but hotly contested by URI, Michigan State on the near shore of this all. So nothing is decided for 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place, and that drop-off point of who misses out on the grand final. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, this FIT crew, one of the favorites, like you said, defending national champions, and a history of division and NCAA performance, but like we said, program was unfortunately defunded, but this novice crew, again, first year of collegiate eligibility, no connections to the D1 program whatsoever. So that just goes to show the quality of the coaching, the quality of the athlete pool that continues to come through the Florida Tech program.
Yeah, just such long loping motion in that boat. When you could see it here, it's a little bit more anxious. It's a little bit more going. You can see the crew close in there. I believe that's Michigan State. We're in a 7-boat race, so the two.
Yeah, trying to close in on the gap there.
Really trying to close the gap, and it's almost some. You can see some inefficient motion there. The 2-man needs to get his body out over, leave his legs down, and rather than just trying to take another stroke as quickly.
She's trying to put it all on the line, but a little bit of lack. And so that's going to come up in some novice rowing. We've seen really high-level novice rowing, and we are seeing it here. But there is so much excitement and so much where it's like, I just got to put it all out on the line. My perspective is me right now this race. So they will come back, and they'll see in their racing next year what really works. So this Florida Institute crew, long, squeezing out the shell, really letting it run out.
It's very gorgeous. And some decent height in that boat, in the middle of the boat, too.
Long Beach still trying to assert themselves into second place spot. They're up pretty high on the stroke rate. Maybe they're doing a moving into this 1,500 meter mark, but question's going to be, can they sustain that? URI is not out of the picture yet. They are going to try and close in on Michigan State here in that third place spot. While on the other side, Ohio State is still ahead of URI.
But some crossover, URI linking the crew behind as well. Oklahoma State just barely off. So if they put the right move in, and then they get a sense that they can connect through the Rhode Island crew, they could move back up in this last 500 meters, and they're just coming into the 500-meter mark.
Yeah, still a quarter of this race left to go, so plenty of track for these crews to make a move and flip some of these orders. And again, you're seeing a lot of this tighter racing as the competition kind of tightens up as we progress through these rounds, these semifinals, a lot more competitive than we saw out of the heats.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna stay the top 3, and then there's water back to the next 3, and then water back to the 7th place one. 7th place crew. You can again see the nice statuesque growing there, particularly out of that 2 woman, just nice and tall. And 3, they're really getting in there and hanging those frames. You called it skeletal the other day. Here's another example of that. Of just really using the frame to hang and move the blade through the water quite nicely.
I love to see them in that resolute shell. I see less and less resolute shells day after day at the college level. I think it sets up so nicely. The water's perfect here, but if you ever hit some choppy water, I'd put a resolute shell out in anything. I know it's gonna like a resolute and a Philippi.
Take you.
They are just gonna sit. I've had so many crews on the Charles River Basin. It's just like, oh man, the water's terrible. It's like, well, the the resolute is sitting just fine.
Don't have to suddenly decide to add a bucket, and you've spent
and there goes FIT through the line, earning themselves their first trip to the grand final at ACRA. Long Beach State is not notching their way in as well, and the last crew to punch their ticket into their grand final is not. Is Ohio State on the outside lane?
So. We're gonna go to
charging
here.
Their way in.
Yeah.
One of those outside lane surprises. 8:14.844 is coming up on the unofficial. And I think that angle is right.
8:15.335.
Wow, Big Ten surprise. Michigan State, hardy row, but Ohio State attacked that outside end of the race course. Wow, what an impressive finish by that crew. Oklahoma State Cowboys rolling in through the 8:24, tightly contested with URI, and Purdue rounding out that semifinal number 1. What a finish.
Yeah, I wish we'd been able to see that developing. But, hey, just to get a great job there by the Buckeyes to get back in and get up into that A final. Again, FIT setting quite a standard there at 7:57. And these are novices, and going under 8 minutes.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Semifinal number 2 is on the course and is through the 1K mark. What we have here will be Kansas, Lafayette, Texas, Liberty, Loyola Marymount, and Virginia Tech on the course right now. I believe we are seeing that is lane 5 and 4. That should be Loyola Marymount and Liberty up
Liberty
in the
with the bright red boat.
lead. Well, it's 2 red boats.
Easy to see on the water.
And then Texas, I believe, is in that. No, is it not? No, it's Lafayette is in that 3rd spot right now. And then open water back on the cruise. I believe Texas, Kansas, and Virginia Tech a little bit back on the speed. But this is going to be another one down to the line between Liberty and Loyola Marymount crews here. Both with some strong red shells. Liberty, where'd you say that they're not Georgia? They're Tennessee?
They're Virginia, Lynchburg,
they're
Tennessee.
Lynchburg,
Virginia.
Lynchburg, Virginia, and the crew out of Loyola Marymount, like we said, Marina Del Rey. What a race. You got the supporters on the shore screaming their hearts out for these crews. Cowbells might come in soon, and they deserve it. This is a really impressive race.
More cowbell.
Yeah, I got to talk with this Liberty Cox and Emily Tate. This crew had a massive call in the time trial earlier yesterday. And Emily is going to be looking to call for another bow ball as they stretch into the lead with 500 meters to go. It's
Maybe
Liberty with half
right
a length over, that is Loyola Marymount, that's right. And, Emily is going to be looking
that these Liberty crews actually rowing technically quite nicely, and they seem to be pretty well trained. So hopefully they'll build up and be racing in the 8s and become a factor there.
Yeah, they were really proud of their effort in the time trial and in the heats yesterday, and continue to show their pride and speed out as they continue to extend their lead inch by inch. Cox and Emily Tate's going to be demanding everything out of her crew as they come down to the final sprints here. And what a move by Liberty coming into the final 500.
Again, this is efficiency moving. You could just see the shoulders staying forward, pushing in the hips.
Yep. Opening up. Coach Deborah Prouse really has them technically skilled in this race. Again, this is everyone in their first year of collegiate racing, possibly their first year ever of rowing. So to be rowing this well at the end of your first year is a really great sign. And they're just taking stroke after stroke, just inches away from that Loyola Marymount crew.
Hard to know. There's a lot of junior rowing in Northern Virginia. So
sure, yeah.
Don't know if that's
Nova
drawing people, but Liberty actually, I think, draws students from across the country.
I think so.
In sort of the demographic that they're serving, so it's hard to know if there's a lot of experience in that boat or not coming in. I would say it would be great if they sat up a little bit more into the catch there. They're sort of reaching with the shoulders forward as they go into a sprint.
There's a long stretch forward as the knees
twist.
come up.
Yeah.
Really letting the...
But they're going here. They're clearly
the
going.
isometric pressure of the push hold them forward a little bit longer, and it's working. It is working. It's a very strong crew.
A little bit of tail shoot as they go into their sprint.
Props to them as they squeeze out. And those sprint strokes for the novice. I think that's probably how the Ohio State crew came through. It is going to be very clear who is effective at sprinting, who is picking up the sprint, but losing some actual boat speed as they bring up the rate, right? What's the diminishing returns? But we got 3 crews through the line. That was Liberty, Loyola Marymount University, and the outside crew from Lafayette, LLL. Coming through, and this is our Texas crew, our Longhorns, hooking it through the 4th place spot. They'll be earning their way to the B final. I believe we have a shot of another race. I think I saw a crew that was not rowing anymore, so interested to see what happens there. Because
we can see the next race coming down here anyway.
Correction, I apologize. That is Cox and Annalise Benjamin Cox in that Liberty boat, so apologies there.
I think I saw that crew they were stopped around because they were through the line. I thought that was a 1K shot. Because we've got men's novice 4s on the course right now.
Already
AB semifinal. Top 2 to A final, 3-4 to B final. Last crew is going to C final. This is in from the left to the right side, near shore to the far shore, is going to be Bucknell, Southern Cal, Texas, Tulane, Georgia Tech, and Chicago. And right now, I believe that is a Texas crew out and ahead of the crew with one of the 6 flags of Texas on their blades, burnt orange on their backs.
Listen to that detail, 6 flags of Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Must be a
Southern
street
Cal
ranger.
is fighting for the second place spot. Bucknell as well, one of these programs that runs deep. Tulane, Green Wave, also in the contention for that second place spot. So that is not
And
decided. I don't think
This
we're going
is
to see it
another big
decided.
event, so 3 semifinals.
Yes.
2 to go forward.
I
and
don't think
there
it's
are
going to be
1, 2,
decided
3
till.
crews within contact right now, although that is Southern Cal.
Great work by
right
this
now.
Texas crew
Yep.
out in the lead. Long, strong. They're stepping and they're just swinging on it. Their rate is relatively relaxed because they already are out up and ahead. Coach Sean McKenna been putting great work developing these boats year after year. Really big difference. Southern Cal looks
and
like they.
Tulane within half of a
Yeah.
seat of each other.
I think Tulane has a slight edge on the Southern Cal crew as they come
They
through.
did as they came through, but they're both moving, and then on the other side of them,
Georgia
you
Tech
have Georgia Tech
is
who's still
nearby.
in it. Again, I'd be looking for who's staying long, and that Georgia Tech crew looks like they're tightening up a little bit into the catch. So they're trying to go. You can hear an athlete either yelling for his crew to go through or yelling in pain, maybe both at the same time. But
And
this Texas 4 here, jumping up into the catch a little bit. That is some bright hair in lane in 3. But he's backing that up. So
that's some really quick squaring up and catches there. Pretty delayed square up there for that Texas crew. So pretty
Yeah.
interesting style to see, especially for a novice crew. That's got to take a lot of practice and training for these guys who are in their first year of collegiate rowing. So it's good. That precision is being translated to speed. Look how far up they are ahead of the rest of the pack. Tulane still holding on, defending that charge against Southern Cal, but still plenty of race to go for that Southern Cal boat.
looks to me like Tulane is about 2 or 3 seats up.
Yeah,
reading it
on
from
Southern
top
Cal.
Here on Southern Cal, and Tulane staying a little bit longer into the catch when we saw them.
Sure.
As well.
Really happy to see them fielding so many crews
Yeah,
here
they're
this
moving.
weekend.
Oh, Southern Cal just catching a crab there.
Okay. Let's see if they can get that back. I think the other crews, since the coxswains are bow loading, they have the clear shot to see the whole course to see if they make a move based on that. So compared to what Christian just showed you, that Tulane crew is squaring up very quickly, getting ready for the catch. So there's a little bit more hustle
So
in
there's
there.
Texas across.
Nicely done. That's Tulane coming through in the second. Southern Cal holds on to the third place spot. Georgia Tech overlap, but taking fourth place spot before we have Chicago and then Bucknell coming through. And I believe that is Bucknell going to the C final. We'll have to see the unofficial in a moment because that was pretty close.
Yeah. And you saw an arm go up in the air there from the crew coming across
so
the
yeah.
second place.
So
Made it to the
unofficial
final. That
results
can be
will
the
be up.
goal.
Unofficial results be up. That hand up means that one of the athletes has something
No. It was a.
Oh, you saw the
it
white
was
flag
a-
go up.
Yeah, no. It was a hand up in punching
victory.
the sky of exclamation.
Great. I
Whatever better words. would be for that.
misinterpreted what you
Yeah,
said.
absolutely.
So
I'll try and be clearer. Sorry.
all good. So that is semifinal number 1 of the Novice 4. I know all these crews are trying to do well by their program, show their teammates who've nurtured their newfound love of the sport, and they want to show up and show out for their program and earn the best finish that the program's ever had. So that's a little bit different for everybody. Sometimes that's, hey, we got to repeat, go to A final, go for a medal every year. Sometimes that's like, we just need to be there and show everyone else that we have
so
fast
Texas
crews.
and Tulane moving into the A final. Southern Cal, Georgia Tech moving into the B final. Bucknell into the C final with Chicago. And the other crew, the next race is already at the
moving
1,000
on.
meter mark.
Moving on to the next race.
that
This
would
is
be
the
Florida.
second semifinal of the men's novice
Yep.
4.
That'll be Florida in lane 1, Notre Dame in 2, Vermont in 3, Virginia in 4, UMass in 5, and Oklahoma State in lane 6. Again, 2 to the A final, 2 to the B.
Really,
2 to
really
the C. That Virginia 4 out in front flying.
looks like tight spread though.
The rest of them are pretty tight. Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one, especially since my Florida Gators are represented in this heat on the outside in the very, very obnoxiously bright orange unis there.
Gotta own it.
again, all 4 of these men, true novices, learned to row this year in college, so no previous rowing experience. So really, really proud to see them in contention here. But it is so tight. Again, Eddie, for this. The only thing that's for sure is that Virginia's out in front.
Yeah, a lot of orange in this one because I got the Oklahoma State crew, you got the Virginia crew, you got the Florida crew. Just a little bit of difference between. Virginia, the Cavalier Wahoo Wah, out and leading the way, and it is going to be a fight down the line between UMass and who is that next to them? That is going to be Vermont, I believe, for that second spot, that A final spot. Again, novice athletes, this is all their first time attending the ACRA National Championship, first year of rowing at college, so I think they're all hungry to start their first year of championship level racing in the A final, in medal contention. So we're coming in about 600 meters to go in the race, and you're going to see some crews try and make a move here. I don't know if any of them in this race are so seasoned as to make a lift where they're going to sustain their speed here. Coming through my eyes, Vermont still in that second spot. UMass charging. This is their open or their heavy novice 4. Oklahoma State, the Cowboys out of Stillwater, rocking and really holding on to that stern deck of UMass. And as UMass goes, I think that coxswain is trying to hold on to them too and go right with them. So we'll see if that helps push them up and ahead of Vermont. And on the far side, Florida, and on the far side next to them, that is Notre Dame.
It is
just behind the speed.
Look at the battle here for that second qualifying spot. Again, only one of these crews, barring a disaster for Virginia out in front, only one of these crews are going to be headed to the A final. And right now, UMass may be a bow ball at the moment, but it is back and forth between them and Vermont. So maybe UMass with a little bit more momentum at the moment, but still plenty of room for Vermont to respond. And decisive there from UMass.
Yeah, and you can see Bowman, he is just gritting his teeth. He's biting that lower lip. He is not backing off. He's a very athletic-looking guy, rowing the Christopher Greer.
And as you say that,
many
here
years
comes
spent
Vermont.
Fighting back. Many years that 4 has graced a course. I think this is the newer version of that hull. So, a lot of great racing in it. They want to make good on the Greer. It is still going to be a fight to the finish. We got the red buoy, so we are running out of real estate. If any crews have anything up their sleeve, they better pull them out now, because they can't do it after the finish line. It won't matter if Strokeman of UMass is looking out, looking at the competition. Keep those eyes in the boat.
Oh, and
they're all catching up to that Virginia crew.
Oh, it's going to be tight across the line here. Again, not only do the rowers have to stay composed, the coxswains as well. The steering can make such a difference here, especially in a novice category such as this. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. And here comes Vermont again.
Vermont charging back.
And across the line here is the finish camera. It's going to be so tight.
It
Virginia
is going to
takes
be
the win,
Virginia,
that's for sure. But across
Vermont,
the line,
UMass.
I think Vermont just about got it, right, Eddie?
Well done. Oklahoma State in the 4th place spot. Is that Notre Dame in the 5th?
And Florida is going to bring it up on the rear. Those 2 crews will be headed to the C final. So congratulations, Virginia and Vermont headed to the A final. UMass and Oklahoma State going to the B final, and Notre Dame and Florida will be headed to the C final.
So we have the 3rd semifinal on the water, but we're going to take a second here. One of the things that ACRA is doing as they're going into their 16th ACRA, 18th year of the organization, is that there is a Hall of Fame that is being started with the first class this year. And we are highly, highly honored to have arguably the most successful, one of the most successful for sure, club rowers ever. His name is Brian Volpenheim. If you don't know him, you should go and you should Google that. It ends in an N, not an M. Volpenheim, not Volpenheim. I first met Brian. Well, I didn't meet him, but I first saw and became aware of Brian when we went down to, when I was coaching Michigan, and we went down to Columbus to race for the Wolverbuck oar, the fiercely contested trophy between the 2 schools, raced on the morning of, at that point, the morning of the football game. So always fun to be in Columbus on Michigan-Ohio State Day. And there's this kid on the erg, and he looked like beep. whatever you want to fill in there. But he was just pushing these splits for like, who is this kid? He's, oh yeah, he's going to be good. Well, how good did you end up, Brian Volpenheim? What did you do in Athens, Georgia?
I won a few medals.
Just a few medals.
Yeah, a couple medals. Yeah, I won.
A little Olympic gold in the 8 as the stroke.
04 we won the gold, and 08 we won the bronze. Yeah.
Exactly. So, and then Brian went on to coach the U.S. men's Olympic team for a couple of years. I do think that the smartest thing he's ever done in his life was marry his wife, Sarah, who was also a national team rower and a Michigan athlete. So it's a mixed marriage there.
Yeah.
And she is now the head coach at the University of Oklahoma, where you are now coaching OCU.
Yes, Oklahoma City University. Yep.
An NAIA program. You're going to take it forward to the IRA. I do want to point out right now as we go by these two that Michigan is out in front, or are they? Do I have that correct? No, they're on the other side. Who is this out in front? It looked like Michigan.
Purdue.
It's Purdue. Sorry. Oh my God. How could I say that? Sorry,
I'm distracting
apologies, Purdue. You want to see what you want to see, right? So why don't you two call the rest of the
You got it. Vanderbilt is actually out in the lead with the black and yellow oars with the V on it. Purdue is looking at second place right now. Purdue might be slightly ahead of Vanderbilt at this point. And third place, we're looking at Lafayette holding on a couple seats on Vandy. So it's going to be a really tight one down the line. Right now, they're all past the 1,500 meter mark, cruising through at a pretty high clip.
Yeah, and again, just two of these get to go forward, so the race there is pretty tight to see who's going to go. This is the third one, so you would expect actually this would be the place where when they circle seed, you get the tightest stuff. But there's a little bit of outside speed coming there from Purdue. Not reflective of where they were. Everything else is the chevron, and then Purdue is the outlier on the outside.
Yeah, it is so tight between those top three crews. Only two of those boats will be headed to the A final for a chance to compete for medals in a national championship. It might be Lafayette at this stage. Vanderbilt leading for the most of the way, but being tracked down by both Purdue and Lafayette, it is too close to call between those top three boats.
Gorgeous drone shot here for you to sort of see that race up top, and from in front, if it looks like they're ahead, they probably are ahead.
They probably are, but it's just the bow balls keep changing all three. This is even tighter. Last one we were blown away by how close Vermont and UMass, and now we're going to have three boats, all three. Right now it could be Purdue missing out on the A final in 5 seconds. It might be. Incredible. That's so close to call. See what comes up on the boards. I think it is Lafayette and Vandy. I think Purdue is out. To the B final.
To the B final, yes.
Lafayette at 7:17, and then that is WashU coming through. That is Northwestern coming through, and then Michigan men, Wolverine following through, headed to the C final. Purdue, 7. Wow, so between Vandy and Purdue, 7:18.1, 7:18.6. I believe we'll have a photo finish there to separate that 0.5 seconds apart.
So, Brian, did you ever race at ACRA?
It wasn't.
It was just after your time.
It started after mine, but I think we had a similar regatta called the Champion Regatta.
We did, for sure. Lots of the same people. In fact, it was a lot of the coaches from Champion. They had the best T-shirts, man.
Yeah, they did have good T-shirts.
It was a lot of the coaches, the club coaches from Champion, where they'd met each other when the club programs got kicked out of the IRA, were able to sort of, having known each other, put things together. So you've had a lot of time to see the sort of club level rowing in the United States. When I was coaching in Santa Barbara, you came out and rowed for a day with the guys. Some of the guys got invitations to the 23 camp out of that, actually, which is great. What is it that you've been seeing happening? And you had some club guys that you both raced with, and you were a club guy, and you were not the only one up there. Welpley was there, and
there were. In our 04 boat, there were 3 guys from. There was Dan Beery was from UTC here.
Yeah.
And Wyatt Allen was from Virginia.
Absolutely.
And then there were 2 other guys that walked on to sort of varsity programs. So there were 5 walk-ons, and so
5 walk-ons in the 8.
in the
which
8,
is,
yeah,
you
which
know,
is
almost unheard of these
Yeah,
days. It's
yeah.
not allowed. We must spend
Yeah.
multiple millions of dollars to get our kids into Princeton, says the Princeton alum.
Yeah.
So what is it that you're noticing, with this level of rowing as you're seeing it coming back to there? What's the implications with your sort of former national team guy on and now sort of NAIA coach
I
in
think-
place?
I think we're going to see a resurgence of club rowing. I think
Yeah.
the way NCAA sports are going and the way things are changing, I just think there's going to be a lot of emphasis on building up club programs. And it's, when you see these races, you see how competitive it still is and how exciting it is, and the racing is great, and the quality of the rowing is really good. I think there's a lot of good coaches and good athletes in these programs, and I think if they stick with it, like they usually do, club rowers usually stick with it. I think they're gonna keep making their way up through the ranks.
I mean, we've just been making the point earlier in this that for many years it was Virginia and Michigan winning the varsity 8, men's 8 in particular.
Yeah.
It was Grand Valley and UCSB winning the women's 8 in particular, and just and Purdue, and sort of moving back between those programs. And now we've had. So when I was at UCSB, we won. We've now had UCLA win. We've had George Washington win. The speed is getting deeper. The selection for the final used to be who gets the last 2 spots in the A final, and now it's like who's being left out of that A final 3 and 4 boats deep.
Yeah.
So I agree, and a lot more coaching happening. What, as you favorite question for me? Larry Gluckman, who was my mentor, Princeton coach, and then national team coach, Dartmouth coach, Olympic coach, he used to say to me, Charlie, you can coach 6 things in a year. Like, you have to choose carefully the 6 things you focus on. And that's technical, that's physiological, that's social, emotional, all that sort of stuff. What are the things as you're working now in a program where I'm assuming you have walk-ons and it's a small group and some stuff like that? What are the things that you found yourself focusing on in the preparation of a person, not necessarily I teach a quick catch or whatever?
Yeah. I think for me the most important thing is making sure they're having fun and they're enjoying the process of getting better every day, and they want to come to the boathouse. That's the first most important step. If you can create an environment where they want to come and they want to work hard, then a lot of the other stuff gets a lot easier, and it kind of takes care of itself in a sense. And so that's like the main thing that I try to work on is just the chemistry of the guys and the excitement that they have.
And I'm assuming, Sarah, at Oklahoma, you're trying to rebuild a Division I program on the women's side with a huge amount of potential. I mean, budgetary support, nice facility, all this sort of stuff. She's working on the same thing primarily, I'm assuming, creating a better culture there where people want to be.
Yeah. She's definitely working on that. I think anytime you come into a big program like that and you try to make changes, it takes time, and there's a lot of work involved, and there's always going to be bumps in the road. And so just getting through that with a positive outlook and being grateful for the opportunity and all that, I think that's important. And she's working on a lot of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're racing this weekend at their conference championship?
They actually just raced here last weekend.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah.
that's right. The new SEC
championship. Yeah.
So they did not win that, so they didn't get the automatic qualifier, right?
Yeah, actually, because there's only 4 schools,
There's no automatic.
No automatic. Yeah, so they have to wait and see.
But they're in the hunt for an NCAA bid this year.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see what the committee does. But I think it's a long shot. But I think they're excited with their progress they've made this year.
Yeah,
as a team.
Sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah.
So, what is it that you learned as a club athlete what is it that you learned as a club athlete? And at that point, the Ohio State club was rowing out of this essentially sort of dingy workroom in the bottom of the student union. Getting the boats in and out of that every day was difficult. There was a slant to the floor for the ergs, all this sort of stuff. No light really, no support.
No.
No support from the university. In fact, I think to their shame, when Ohio State built this gorgeous, gorgeous boathouse, they opened it up to the community. They did not open it up to the men's club team, as I understand. So coming from a sort of a club space, what is it that you took into your own elite rowing from that served you well?
I think the biggest thing I took away was that no one's going to do it for you. And so if you are going to achieve anything, you're going to have to go out and do it yourself. And sort of that work ethic. And I had really good teammates, and we had a great culture, and it was a really big, fun team to be on.
Yeah.
I had good coaches, and they sort of taught me the fundamentals of working hard. And I think carrying that all the way through, and just being really grateful for any opportunities that came. Like I knew any step I took beyond club rowing, I think was a success in my mind. And so, as far as I could take it, it was just like, gravy after that.
And just a quick heads up, Charlie, we got the Novice 8 AB semifinal has just started. This might be the AB semifinal is listed. So it seems that we've popped over the AB semifinal 1 and CD semifinal. So I'm going to call it as if it is the semifinal 2. On the course, we should have Virginia, Washington State, or from left side of the right, UC Santa Barbara, George Wash U, Minnesota, Michigan State, Michigan, Washington State, and Virginia on the near side shore. Seven crews. This is a deep race for this semifinal. So top 3 will go to grand final. The next 3 will go to B final, and the last crew will head to the C final in the men's first Novice 8. So this is an incredibly important event to all the crews in this race.
Absolutely. And they're just coming out of their starting sequence, and as we've said before, you can throw a start. The question is what happens when you shift down to base, and can you do that well? It looks to me like we have Michigan just a little bit out in front, with Virginia up there, was up there as well. I think they're now getting, as we go into the base here, we have Michigan and Michigan State. So Big Ten rivalry with all sorts of implications. I don't think it's quite the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, but that's because football national champions a year in a row. They cheated. No, they cheated. No, they cheated. No, they cheated. Things get testy.
Yeah,
but we do like little brother, and we're glad that they are here doing so well. Please, no comments in the whatever. But just some great rowing here going on, and you can see Minnesota, a third Big Ten crew. Brian, if the Big Ten ever decided to fund men's rowing, it would change the sport.
Yeah, I think it definitely would change the sport. I think there's a lot of good athletes at these schools.
And they would attract things very easily. That Michigan crew, that's the Michigan State crew there.
Really impressive stroke from that Michigan State crew. They're long, they're bow ball just ahead. And remember, Minnesota is in this event, and we have 7 crews in because of that incident with the log yesterday.
So Minnesota was leading their heat.
Skeg knocked off in a serious manner, almost collided with another crew. So
they have something to show here.
Yeah, the officials allowed them into this one to fight for the AB semifinal because after about 7 or half a dozen crews got their skegs knocked off, they decided it was a little bit more than misadventure when it was affecting almost every race. So really great Midwestern showing here with Michigan State, Michigan, and Minnesota leading the chevron.
And then right next to Minnesota there is GW, also sort of up in the hunt. So I think we're going to see as they're coming through, about 1,000 right now. Again, as we've talked about before, we know that Michigan likes to take some moves in the second half and sort of come up. We know that Michigan State
absolutely
really rowing gorgeously
truly
yesterday. Both of those crews won their heats, and Minnesota was on the way to winning their heats.
And this Minnesota crew, they have something to prove to themselves and to everybody else out there that it wasn't a fluke. It's not just them petitioning like they were going to earn this. So what's really interesting to see here is the times that those crews won their heats with yesterday were fast. I mean, everything changed up with the wind and a little bit of time, but they were rivaling some of the 3v2v
They were
speeds
just over 6 minutes
from their own crews.
Which for a bunch of novices is just. It used to be, as we said, 6:20.
Yeah, yeah, and now you got to crack sub
6:10.
So a really great look. Michigan State trying to extend that stride out and ahead of Michigan. I got to imagine they know what Michigan's going to throw at them.
Assertive taking the water there, but assertively quiet.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
so
the thing.
The blades going in and they're moving. Michigan doing the same thing, and actually Minnesota doing the same thing. Just like Minnesota looks like they could hold on to their finish just a little better.
Just a little bit longer.
A little bit more. And crew coming up outside Minnesota, GW,
and
putting a nice move in there. This is an awesome freaking
on the
race.
other side,
oh
Washington
God.
State is not to be forgotten. The guys from Pullman are trying to come up and stay right with GW as they make that move. And the great thing, that Michigan State crew is not trying to pile drive the stroke. They're not trying to overdo it. And
pile drive, I love that.
Michigan is looking to make their move. They have less than 600 meters to go, so you know exactly what's going to happen here. They're going to bring that rate up one. They're going to lengthen out, and it is going to be a grind to the finish.
Move to go with Michigan State here. Those
right.
two now setting themselves apart. You can see those two crews. And again, look, both of those crews, the blades are going in nicely. Michigan's starting to move up the rating a little bit.
Definitely.
Michigan State, just enough of a lead that they can absorb it and see it. Nice long rowing out of that stroke
man is fantastic there.
Absolutely.
Minnesota's still asserting themselves into that third place spot, and it is top 3 to a final, so that is good enough. 3-seat man is holding on for what he can. He's trying to swing a little bit more, but he's just getting the hips open, not too much else past that. Nice long strokes in the finish here from the Cougars out of Pullman. This is going to be a grind now that we're in the red buoys.
You could see the Minnesota coxswain's ponytail getting whipped a little bit, which means there's a little bit of check. Boat as she's going there.
But it's also big body, so although it's inefficient, it's also just they're stepping on it.
And now Michigan making a move. It
big
looks
one.
Like they're taking a couple of seats here. You know, again, I think there's some pride of wanting to win that, but they also know that I know that Todd said to them before they go out, look, your goal is to qualify. Just take the next step right now. But
don't focus too much on the other crew.
Yeah, but they're going to give it a good shot, and they're going to practice their sprint for later. Looks like Michigan State is responding. Coxswain looking over, but the coxswain there, Michigan State
about
coming
5
across
seats.
very nicely at about a 6:17. I'm going to say 6:16.
Well
there
done. Minnesota notching their way into the A final. George Washington right behind them. Washington State right behind them. Frank Biller's freshman here rocking through. They'll be heading to the B final as well. Is there anybody headed to the C final?
There's a C final. The last crew goes to the C final.
That will be Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara. Here they
go.
are. Gauchos coming through. Wow, what a race to start this off. I don't see
the
next
Congratulations, Michigan State, Michigan, Minnesota, the 3 M crews out of the Big Ten.
Don't see the next race on the course yet. If they've started, we'll let you know as soon as we know if it is the men's CD semifinal of the Novice 8, if it is the men's AB semifinal of the Novice 8. I imagine just trying to get crews lined up.
Brian had to go to be ready for his inauguration or his whatever ceremony, which will be happening over the lunch break here today.
Yes, there's a Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame
opening up for ACRA for members who are of coaching, of athlete, or of importance to the league, and a lot of great people are going to be honored today. We should have
one referee, one head coach, and 2 athletes.
And 2
both
athletes.
Both of them Olympians. Both of them from the Midwest. Both of them from the Big Ten, actually.
And
no. Zelenko's from Grand Valley. Excuse me.
Yes, some Grand Valley love will be shown today. If that is not up on here now, then we will have it up on YouTube Live. You can go to Rolling Seat Rowing Consulting to find that link. You can go to the ACRA website to find that link to show the Hall of Fame put on here at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We'll have a couple introductions from coaches and friends of the ACRA League, the American Collegiate Rowing Association, to induct those people into our Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so we missed some a CD semifinal, right? It just didn't.
It
come
has
down.
not run yet. It has not run. We didn't miss it. We don't miss.
That's what I
anything.
mean. No. I mean, that's what I mean. We have not seen them yet. And there seems to be sort of a holdup at the start. There's some crews in there, but we don't know if this is going to be the CD semifinal.
I think this is the C semifinal based
There's
on here
6
now's
versus
results
7.
tracking. One crew has not left the starting blocks though, so I expect this to be called back very soon. They're going. They're going, so the race is official. This is the CD semifinal for the men's
It looks
novice
like Rhode
8.
Island just.
Um,
So they're supposed to stop.
You're right.
It
This
could
might be the
It
second
could be a
attempt.
second attempt. They could have already had an issue. That's correct. So
Um,
if their no crew had a warning, right? If you're well, I don't know. We will not speculate. Thank you.
We'll go find
Coach
Bob.
Jogstetter. We will find out to see what happened and come back to you if we can. We're sending. Chris
So
to
what we
do
have
that.
on the course right now, from left to the right, we got VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University. Then we have Penn State, and then we have that will be Delaware, UC Irvine, URI, who is that crew a little further back. Not sure exactly why they did not leave the stake boats in time. And Georgia, great to see them in a novice 8.
Georgia.
So Delaware Blue Hens leading the pack right now, followed closely by the guys out of Irvine. So this is going to be the top 3 crews. Top 4
Into
crews
the-
head to the C final.
5 and plus are actually eliminated. They're not running.
So you're gonna
They're
have
not
to eat
running
your
that
words
final.
about everybody getting a final. Or this is the first time I've seen that too, so that's too bad.
Well, it's because
Um,
there's no other crew to add. They would be racing against
They'd
themselves.
be racing
so
against because,
the final has already the result has already been found.
Right. So
So this is also
C
technically
final-
the D final.
sure, yeah. The C final members will also be the crew that is finishing in 6th or 7th out of the whatever the last place is in the AB semifinal. So it should be the ABC semifinal. But good showing right now from the Blue Hens out of Delaware. Got the distinct blue blades with the yellow tips, long, strong stroke. But the Irvine crew is walking up on them. We're about 2 minutes in out of the first 500, so we should be looking at the body of the race piece. And the guys here from the West Coast have a nice send on the end of the shell. A little bit of wobble in the blade work, which isn't affecting them too much now. But as that fatigue sets in, hopefully it doesn't get in the way of the execution of really powerful strokes here.
Yeah. So the top 4 here will join Santa Barbara, who was 7th place
Yes.
in that first semifinal that we saw, and then I assume we'll see the second AB semifinal, and we'll pick up the last place crew from that
That's
race
right.
into a C final. So everyone else is already seeing each other here, which is why this is also in some ways the D final in the C semifinal. So 4 spots to go forward. Rhode Island already back from whatever happened at the start that we'll figure out there, but a really nice race coming into just past the 1,000 here, and we'll see those two pushing nicely. Again, their progression is clear. So open water. There's over the third place crew, and
Yeah, open water, but I think they're going to do what they came to do on the race course. Actually, really great showing from Penn State here in this heat semifinal that really matches them up with crews of a similar speed. They're showing a really good piece on the course where they're asserting themselves. Not quite open water, maybe just a little bit of space off the stern deck behind the next crew's bow. That is the VCU club. Also great to see them in the 8s. So here's the stern side view of the Irvine Anteaters. Really good look in this Filippi hull. Filippi 8, great to see. Bowman, really dense, big body guy holding up and really pushing that whole hull up and along through the buoys.
well, we have the solution to what happened. Rhode Island was late to the start, so they were
Okay.
excluded for being late.
That's
to the
all you
start.
can do.
So you
Delaware
have
Blue
to-
Hens are making a move as they come
Yeah.
into the last 750 meters of the race, and they are just barely bow ball ahead of the Anteaters. We'll see if that
Anteaters.
We'll see if that holds as they go through. I think this is one of those crews that you can expect to see when they make a shift, they hold on to that speed. The
There you
pedigree
go.
of Delaware racing has been a great fit for ACRA rowing over the last few years as they've started to attend. I guess
These Delaware guys are going after it. That's
Absolutely.
quite a nice move, and you could see as you were going back, they're full out, but there wasn't a sense of
it's not urgency.
Total like losing everything. They're
It's
staying
not.
composed.
It's not. We got to go now or else. It's like we know that we are ready to pick it up and lift up here. The opening of our race, the first 600, the first 800, is fast, but we don't empty the tank there. So I'd say every 3 strokes or so that Delaware crew is getting another seat. Closer to every 5 strokes now as the Anteaters are holding them off.
Yep, absolutely. So 4 to go through in this C semifinal here, which is actually also really the D final going on. Something happened earlier that had delayed this. Maybe that included Rhode Island being late to the start. Though technically they're not supposed to wait. Who knows?
See.
Who knows what's going on? And we will not speculate on that of exactly how it did it.
Good pull through here, but UC Irvine is trying to squeeze back in. They're saying their bow ball's not broken. Crews are getting pretty close to the line here. The Delaware coxswain really hugging it
over the line, so they should not get. Now, if you're racing
Irvine's
in England,
also
you
pretty
would try and
close.
get the bump here.
And
You
now
actually
Irvine's
go for it.
swerving around on the course. So this, again, is novice. This is the first year in collegiate rowing, maybe first year ever rowing. So stuff like this will happen. But not only can it, I wouldn't say penalize the crew for being in the wrong lane or is over the lane, but if nothing else, hitting those buoys is slowing you down.
A crew has the right to its water.
That's right. That's right.
So it would have been perfectly fine.
Wow.
For that coxswain to stay right next to Delaware.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's legitimate that time to yell at the Delaware crew,
Yes.
move over, and sort of mess with that. But that's mess with the other crew. But that's a little bit of advanced coxing.
So it's going to be really interesting. Those crews were separated by 0.8 of a second, and I imagine there's going to be a little bit of.
We'll see if they choose to.
I think there's going to be an issue among the crews.
I would ask for that.
I can imagine UC Irvine is going to feel that if they didn't have to swerve around a little bit because of a crew encroaching on their lane, they could have beat them, right? 0.8 of a second is enough of a window to do that. So if they just wait till...
It's just going to affect the lane that they get.
Yes, if they just wait to the C final to decide that, then we'll see there what they prove. Penn State following through. Great work by their Novice 8, 6:58 VCU club. And Georgia wrapping it up in the Novice 8. Semifinal, Rhode Island is going down the course and
they've been excluded, so they're done.
Yes, so that'll be their last race of the weekend for the Novice 8. So now we are followed by the second semifinal of the ABC.
And in here we have Rutgers, you can see in the red there on the right in lane 1. UC Davis slightly behind them, then Orange Coast, Purdue, UCLA, and Bucknell all within 2 seats of each other.
Wow, what a tight
to go
field.
Forward, and we have Bowdoin a little bit back.
A little bit off
there.
the pace. So right now, as we are, what would this be? This is around, this isn't quite to the 1K, 750 meters. Rutgers and Orange Coast and Purdue and UCLA are all holding on to each other. And honestly, Bucknell is right there too. Hard to assert which of these 3 is heading to their A final.
It looks like UCLA is
just up a little bit.
Out 3 or 4 seats over. It doesn't look to me like there's anything between Purdue and Orange Coast.
Nope. And then I'd say
Bucknell just not that far off of
Bucknell
that
and
either.
Rutgers are Bucknell might be a little bit, maybe a seat behind Rutgers at this point in the race. And we saw a lot of
Rutgers
speed.
is out on the outside as well. Yeah.
We saw a lot of speed out of that Orange Coast novice crew in their opening heat yesterday. I'm very interested to see that UCLA is actually up on them at this halfway point of the race. So we'll see what OCC is going to throw. I'm starting to see a lot more spacing on their puddles here. Maybe they're starting to throw it now at the 1K mark.
So you know that UCLA and Orange Coast have raced each other.
Oh, yeah.
Orange
good
Coast
amount of
came
times.
in seated ahead of UCLA, so I'm assuming that
Again,
they won
my
their
surprise.
last race, whenever that was. Beat them at the Wira on Lake Natoma a couple of weeks ago. And so those 2 West Coast crews sort of pushing their way up there trying to get out in front. Purdue dropping into third. And so now you have Purdue trying to hold off both charging crews from
OCC.
Bucknell
Oh yeah,
and from Rutgers.
right.
Right. So really quite a fascinating race, and no one's going to give up yet. They're now just at about 1250, 750 meters to go. We can see them in front of there. Gorgeous racing across the board.
It's
People are
fantastic.
rowing really, really well.
I mean,
here.
the benefit of those blue blades from UCLA is you can see them so clearly from the overhead, from the side by side. You can see just great blade work. There's nothing being lost like we saw a little bit on some of those crews in the CD semifinal. These guys are clean.
UCLA
These guys are
has
intact.
done is really recruited very, very well,
Right.
particularly in the Southern California junior program.
Where there's a huge
some of them racing
core
on
of
the-
junior rowing.
Yeah, Marina, the MAC is
Yeah,
training
Newport
on the
area.
water, and then there's a whole bunch of other rowing all the way down to San Diego. So
Uh,
some of these kids are coming in with quite a bit of elite junior racing.
Yeah,
underneath.
pre-elite. Yeah, junior
And
level
Purdue's
rowing.
making a move here, pushing up on Orange Coast. It's Bucknell who's sort of getting dropped off the back.
Yep.
Gorgeous move here coming from Purdue, coming up even with Orange Coast, almost within a seat. We'll see what happens. That Purdue has had some very nice finishing speed all season. Orange Coast regrouping a little bit, taking a seat back out. Really awesome racing to see who's going to get there, and it's come at the expense of both Bucknell, who's hanging in there. You can't see them in the shot, but they're right up in there, and Rutgers, who you can see. And it just comes down to a little bit over a boat length. I mean, these are going to all be within about 5 seconds
And
of
here
each
comes
other.
Orange Coast. Now
Orange
they
Coast
just started
saying,
their
no,
sprint.
you will not.
Separation now being created between Orange Coast and Purdue, and Orange Coast starting to eat into the lead of UCLA as those buoys have just turned red. Less than 250 meters to go, and here comes Orange Coast now.
They have jacked their rating there, and they are going UCLA. Looks like they're trying to go harder, but they've lost some efficiency on the front end there. The blades are slipping through the first 4 or 5 inches of the drive.
Yeah, perhaps UCLA was a little bit too overzealous in the beginning of this race. We'll see if Orange Coast is going to be able to. And there they are.
I think
over.
It's technical. I think it's a technical issue. I think they're all going well. There's just so much good rowing in that OCC program.
And across
Big
the line now,
boys.
Orange Coast completes the comeback,
Very
taking the win
gorgeous.
in the first semifinal of the men's novice 8. UCLA holding on for a second, and Purdue is going to join those two boats in the A final.
And
Bucknell
you can see
and
in the end, Bucknell and
Rutgers very,
right
very
there.
close. They'll be headed
so
to the B
you
final.
saw Purdue try and make a push up there, and it's just, in many races that would have been enough to sort of keep moving, but there was composure in those other two crews to be able to get back. 6:15, 6:16, 6:18. What was the winning time in the first one?
6:16. Yes, around the same. So it's going to be some spectacular racing coming up, and again, we'll see all three of those crews again in the same final, in the A final, competing for the national championship.
Michigan and Purdue in the same heat. Michigan leading Purdue, and then Purdue put that exact same
move, yeah.
And it worked. But here, just a little bit further out in front, those crews were able to do that. So it's going to sort of actually be an interesting race to about 1250, 1500.
And I was thinking about saying that in the middle of that. A lot of times we think about it's a 2,000 meter race, it's a 2,000 meter course, but a lot of crews are like, all right, you have to. The real race starts at the 1250 mark or at the 1K mark, kind of like an NBA basketball game starts in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. It's like, okay, wherever we're at now, this is when it really counts. Every shot, every piece of defense, every timeout. Because you can score all you want in the first quarter. Can you hold on? So that race, that A final and that B final for the Novice 8 men's group are going to be they're going to be fights. They're going to be fights.
Fire. Absolutely. And as we said yesterday, this Novice Men's 8 really is one of the most exciting sets of races. This and the 2v8 can be
and they're huge
racing
points
at
of
the
pride
regatta.
for clubs who,
shows
if you
the depth.
have a healthy walk-on culture, a healthy culture of bringing in athletes, it partially because you value their first year at the championship regatta. You want them to do really well, and every inch that they get closer and closer to an A final, to a medal, those upperclassmen appreciate and just show you love. So it's something that athletes really want to show. So we're making a shift back to varsity racing here in the women's varsity 4. These are ABC semifinals, top 2 to A final, next 3-4. Next 2 crews, places 3 and 4 to the B final crew to the C final, and
These
from
3 semifinals are the last event of the
morning
program.
From left to right on your screen, you're going to have Georgia Tech, Liberty, Florida Institute of Technology, Grand Valley, then VCU and UC Davis on the far end. And a lot like their novice crew, the upperclassmen, oarswomen from Florida Institute of Technology are out with open water and then some in the lead.
Then there's just a great race going on between
Liberty,
Georgia Tech, and Grand Valley.
Really great stuff there. So a little Sierra action and curveball in there from the West Coast crew. It looks from this angle like Liberty is
up
just
about a seat, maybe
half a deck. And then I can't call it between Georgia Tech and Grand Valley. Too close to call. But great stroke so far from these women's V4s.
I remember that crew from Liberty yesterday having a very nice race. But here's this FIT 4 out in front. Last year's gold medalists, I believe. And don't know how much of the boat is over there, but certainly within the program there's memory of we won this, and let's come back and defend it. So they've gotten out easily out in front. Well, easily. They're working very hard to do it, but they have moved away quite nicely there, and it's going quite well. We'll see as the shot pans out again at some point where that other race is going. Again, just fairly controlled, very nice and efficient rowing. It looks like they're rigged correctly, a little bit heavy to allow them to sort of push the power that we're seeing in the water. As we've been away watching that, here we have
There's Liberty now.
Liberty having established themselves out above the other 2 crews who were in contention, that being Grand Valley and Georgia Tech.
Yeah, only 2 crews advancing to the A final. FIT looks to have one of those positions pretty locked up, and now Liberty's starting to carve out an advantage. And again, I had the chance to talk to the Liberty coxswain Emily Tate in this V4, and she's going to be demanding all the maximum effort out of her crew here. We'll see if she can take another bow ball call, and there she is, along with the rest of that Liberty crew, trying to break open water over Grand Valley and over Georgia Tech. 2 crews battling it out for a B final spot.
And as you can see again in this crew, as we're seeing it, very nice, almost a soft attack to the water, a soft
I don't know.
entry into the water.
It is soft entry. It's very technical, but the bend in 3 seats, man, that thing is about to pole vault the shell
to point
from
out,
buoy
though,
to buoy.
Soft does not mean powerful. Soft just means how the blade is coming into the water,
yes.
and then the legs are going, let's move.
And the stroke woman is crushing it on that front end. The legs are squeezing down, knees almost rocketing with force back to the bow.
If you're a junior rower from the Stotesbury now watching this because your racing got canceled today, notice that those legs are going down strong. It's not they're just going down quick.
Right.
They're actually picking up the boat, picking up the water. And if you're doing that, your legs don't go. If your legs go down too quick, you're shooting the tail.
Right, because you don't push the river, right? You push the boat.
You gotta push the boat past the river.
Just shout out to the FIT crew rowing the Resolute again with the Croker oars, and they're the Institute of Technology, so if that's what they're doing, it must be technologically advanced. Really fun combination of the equipment you could put together there. Grand Valley, and that was. Who was that on the outside of Grand Valley? That was Georgia Tech. Still in a fight. I think Grand Valley has about half of a boat length on Georgia Tech, but the Yellow Jackets, a really nice long stroke, a lot of send out from that aerial angle, hoping to drive their way back up into the conversation with Grand Valley and earn one more spot in the A final.
Well, just again, this is only 2 to go through, so...
Oops,
that's
my bad.
Through. Yeah, no, it's we're having to go back between 2 and 3. So I think the 2 have established themselves as just a gorgeous move by Liberty University to move out in the front, and so that decision has been made here for moving forward, and actually so has the B final decision as Georgia Tech and Grand Valley are in there. Here we go to the final, to the finish line. FIT very nicely across the line in about 7:47, 7:48, something like that. 7:47.99. How's that for calling that time? And Liberty coming across second. Always the bright red boats, makes them easier to identify. And then it'll be Grand Valley over Georgia Tech again, about astern, which we saw. Oh, and Virginia Commonwealth has gotten themselves back in there. They will go to the C final, but they are rowing. They must have had a good last 500 to close in on that. Finally, UC Davis will be coming across the line at some point.
Yeah, that's going to be a great battle to watch in the B final between Grand Valley and Georgia Tech. We'll be looking forward to seeing them. Maybe some different strategies are going to play out. Potentially some more excitement in all of these finals coming up in this women's varsity 4. Definitely one of the larger events here at the ACRA National Championships. As we already have a start for the next semifinal of the women's varsity 4. Oklahoma State in lane 1, lane 2, Ohio State, lane 3, Texas, lane 4, Lafayette, lane 5, Florida State, and lane 6, Michigan State. And they're already well past the 1K mark, coming into the third 500. It looks like it's the middle crew out of Texas. Or no, that's Lafayette out in front.
2, 3. Yes, Lafayette out in front there. Again, sort of a deep-colored rowing singlet, so sometimes hard to actually see the color here. They looked very good yesterday, going out in front of their race yesterday, and Texas
battling with Florida State right now.
State there to try and get that second position that will move them on. And a good race here between 4th and 5th, that being Ohio State up on Oklahoma State. Hard to tell across where Michigan State is lining up with them, but I think that we have Texas. I think we have Ohio State sitting in that 4th position and going to the B final. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Michigan State comes up. That's still going to be a good race.
Lots of battles going on here. Only thing that's for sure is that Lafayette's out in front. But yeah, Texas currently holding maybe a 3/4 length advantage over Florida State, as the fans right next to us for Florida State.
Florida State is making a nice charge there to pull up with Texas. Again, 500 meters to go. There may be a seat back now. One of those crews gets to go to the A final, so this is going to be a burner all the way into the finish, and then overlap almost even between Michigan State and Ohio State. Again, no love lost there for who gets to go into the B final.
Yeah, for sure. Oklahoma State also in the mix there. Again, only 5. The last place crew is going to be headed to the C final. So between
the last two, yeah,
Oklahoma State, Ohio State, and Michigan State. Yeah, sorry, the last two. The winner out of that battle,
racer of 3, one gets to move forward. Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
So it's great to see the racing happening right on the decision points, right? So you know that they're going because making the A final or making the B final is sort of here's the Texas crew from on top. You can see the Texas rower in 2 was looking over a little bit. The coxswains are sitting there in a bow loader. They can't see very much, right? So particularly when you're tight on and in there. And so able to sort of see some nice rowing there. A little bit of missing water up the catch there as the blades are going in. And I think that has cost them a little bit. But Texas now has established themselves up over Florida State
yeah.
there to take that second spot.
Yeah, it looks like Texas is about to break open water over FSU. FSU's running out of room to try and make a charge, but a valiant effort nonetheless. And there's the open water margin now for Texas as they're on their way to the A final along with Lafayette, who is well out in front. So very, very, very strong race.
Yeah, they have had to spend some energy to do that. Here's Lafayette going across, but that crew from Texas has had to cash a few chips in to make sure that they got the moment. And, they have a night. they can go, they can rest, but you can only go to the well sort of once in this regatta. You can't go back into that deep pain cave. So if they did that to make that move, that can affect their race the next day.
Yeah, we'll see how that shapes up tomorrow. But for sure, Lafayette, Texas, headed to the A final. Florida
Absolutely.
State, and I think that was Ohio State maybe getting the spoils there for the B final. And there's
They
confirmation
did pull
there.
it out. Yep.
And that means Oklahoma State and Michigan State
sort
headed
of
to
sent back.
the
Yep.
C final. And
So-
final race of the morning sessions on the course now. Charlie?
Absolutely. We have, again, New Hampshire, Virginia Tech, Chicago, Orange Coast, Rhode Island, and Pittsburgh racing in this. Orange Coast, again, looked very nice yesterday as they were going. They look to be up in front right now from where we're seeing them, along with Chicago. Maybe Chicago actually out in front of Orange Coast. It's hard to read the parallax right now.
I believe Chicago
But
is the
if
one out in front.
you look at the overhead that we have now, we have Chicago about a stern ahead of Orange Coast. Looks like those two have separated themselves pretty well from the rest to go on. And then behind that, there's a good race going on the right side of your screen there between Pittsburgh and Rhode Island. Hard to see how that matches up with Virginia Tech on the far side. I think we have 3 crews in contention there for 2 spots.
It looks like Virginia Tech and URI are the current holders of the 3rd and 4th spots, and Pittsburgh is the outside
right
looking,
there,
is on
though,
the outside
man.
looking in. But yeah, like you said, right there. So plenty of race course left to go. Still over 500 meters
with
left.
this shot, it looks like Pittsburgh is up maybe a seat over Virginia Tech.
It is too close to call, yeah, between Rhode Island and Virginia
Absolutely.
Tech. But yeah, as we see on the right-hand side of your screen, there is now the Chicago Women's Varsity 4 now with open water over the Orange Coast boat. So very, very
we're
strong
about to get a
performance
side
there.
shot. I can see the drone coming up to sort of catch that, and going with those lead 2 crews to see it. And yeah, here we have very sort of clear in 3rd, but between 4th and 5th, the position that counts between Pittsburgh and Virginia Tech, it's less than a seat.
Yeah, for sure. Rhode Island put in a very, very strong move, as did Pittsburgh in the middle in the 3rd 500, and Virginia Tech so far unable to respond. So we'll see if Virginia Tech may be dropping from 3rd all the way out of the B final to 5th. So, but still plenty of race course left for them to respond.
Absolutely.
But the momentum is definitely with Rhode Island and Pittsburgh at the moment.
The side shot here of Orange Coast, very nice long hanging in that stroke seat. You can see the arm get stretched out. Not quite as much in the 2 seat, but she's tall and lanky and maybe still figuring that connection out, but enough to move the boat quite nicely to get them into the A final, that's for sure.
There's Rhode Island now definitively ahead of Pittsburgh, at least. We don't have the angle yet on the Virginia Tech boat, but yeah, what a very, very strong middle move there from Rhode Island, trying to cement their place in the B final. Again, maybe those top 2 crews a little bit too far out of reach for them, but it's going to be a strong performance
And
to
as
see
we
who gets
talked
to the
about,
B
in
final.
this large and this deep a regatta, you know, the B final has some meaning. It's not like well, the B final is the consolation, and you know, I think at the Big Tens this morning, you know, we were seeing they were getting divided into A finals and B finals. So B final is at the losers bracket. I don't think so. They're really good programs in there, right? But here, like
29
you're
entries,
getting
yeah.
yourself out of a whole other level up into. So it's particularly if you're a program that's developing. Like making the B final is a big sort of mark notch in your program. So coming across first there, clearly Chicago and Orange Coast, they'll move on to the A final.
And yeah, like to your very last point there, B final at your program's first or an early first time that your program's ever been to ACRA means the world to young programs. I know back when ACRA was still getting established in its first couple of years, first year that my program attended with the entire program, I think we topped out at B finals and everything. Those were some of the best races, and it encouraged the entire program over the next 4 or 5 years to go back more and more boats and charging their way up to make the A final.
Because
So
you can see
you can
path.
yes, and you can see a progression,
pattern, and a ladder to climb up.
So really happy to see that finish in the V4. So Chicago, Orange Coast, about 6 seconds back, URI, Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech, and New Hampshire. Rounding out our morning racing, so just 7 minutes shy of the noon point of the day. Everything is on time today due to really great work from our officials, our volunteers clearing the course early today. Fog played along today, did not show up to make the race course invisible. So we are on the lunch break to wrap up the morning semifinals. The afternoon is all finals, right? Everything.
And
No. Right. Semis, and then some of the C, D, or final low-level finals for small boats. Will wrap up
absolutely,
today.
and we'll be back at about 1:05, so a little bit over an hour.
Yep.
Please enjoy your lunch. I'm going to go watch some fabulous people be inaugurated into the ACRA Hall of Fame, and hope you all have a great afternoon, and we'll see you all soon.
We'll see you soon.